Good morning. A little bit of a spike in vol going into this morning. Interesting SPX open. How's everyone doing today? Good morning, guys. Ding ding. Jesus Christ. It just won't fucking stop. Two days to hit the June price target. That's pretty awesome. Boring days ahead into the chips repackager reports. We have NVIDIA earnings tonight and FOMC minutes today. No. Adding to FSLR at a break of 220. I added to it yesterday. I haven't added anything further out of the money, but I added more 220s yesterday. Big rug on BNED? Yeah, I mean, initially, but who cares, right? It's still way the fuck above 50 cents. It broke over $1 four times, five times in pre-market. There's plenty of pressure there. What a great stream card. Good morning, Gherk. Good morning, everyone. I mean, it was the most substantial bet that I saw in BNED, so I figured it needed its moment in the sun. Hmm. Buy more of these. You done with BNED personally even now? I bought $1 calls yesterday because we closed above 50 cents. And I just picked up some more of them. It's go time. Let's top to 79 cents this morning on my BNet shares for over 100% gains. So I'm chilling. Nice. I may buy leaps to get back in, but I don't know. That's fair. The FSLR play is popping off. I know. Yeah. October 50-cent calls are showing a price of $10. Is that real? That doesn't sound right. The intrinsic value is 50 cents. Oh shit, BNet halted. We're at halt prices. This is crazy. Oh my god. Dude, Avis has gotta be sweating right now. I mean, not the sucking off part. That's not that scary, but going into Farmville's house? I sold most of my BNet at $1.11. I still have 1,000 shares. Nice. Gherkin is a wizard. How does he keep doing this? It's not that hard. Oh, we're gonna get fucking stuck here, aren't we? That's lame. There's a very tight range that we could just end up stuck in until 2 o'clock on SPX. So there's a shitload of puts under 53.15 and a shitload of calls above 53.20. A lot of those calls are sold. But yeah. I love you for FSLR. Why is FSLR the one true MOASS? I mean, it's not supposed to be like a MOASS. Like it's like a low, slow growth play, right? But it just had a pretty stacked options chain. Unfucking believable. Who's that guy that brought up FSLR on stream? He needs some kudos. Did you bring it up? I don't remember. I assume you were making that comment because you were the one that asked about it. Was it Poopy? I honestly probably wouldn't have looked at the chain otherwise. Ban Poopy? He wanted to short at 180. Yeah, that's right. Well, at least I saved him from that. What's up, Dark? Morning, man. What's up with Beyond these days? Have the tips diverged? Is there any steam left in the tank? No, just wait for it to fall off reg show and then go back on again. Locked in 33% profit on FSLR. God damn it, Dork. Why do you always sell so early? Getting into FSLR too chasey at this point? No, but I would wait for the current run to slow a little before looking for an entry. I still have a free call. Okay. All right. Well, not free if you only got 33% profit. It's just a slightly discounted call. I had a 200 position. Oh, okay. SPX break 25 before the minutes, you think? Maybe. Barnes and Noble's Booksellers. Son of a bitch. My September 250 are up 80%. Nice. I don't think you get the distribution if you sell the shares. I think you have to be a shareholder on the distribution date, which is like June 4th or some shit. You can't, you're not going to get the best of both worlds. What is BNED's real potential here? I mean, I said the short's fucked up. Yeah, I know it halted again. It's gonna keep doing that. Oh, hey, Netflix decided to go down a little bit today. That's cool. If it could keep fucking doing that, that'd be nice. Should I add to my 45? It's so greedy on a weekly. Shouldn't be up here anyway. Now I'm slightly mad. I took profits on October 50-cent calls. I want to roll some profits up to June 150. Are the same price I sold 50s at? That's risky. Why did BNED not halt the other day? Up 300%, but halting today because of the price. The Luddle limits are higher for price, like shit that's cheap, right? Because a couple pennies can be like, you know, a 50% move. Otherwise, penny stocks would just halt on like every tick. 140% gains. Thanks, Gherkin. Nice, dude. 5330s and 5315s are so cheap. I want to buy so many. How can it go wrong? We trade flat at 5320 until the minutes, and then those aren't substantial enough, so we continue to trade flat into NVIDIA earnings. I still got 100% gains, but I left tens of thousands on the table. Whatever. I mean, money's in your account, right? Odds the subscriptions get canceled? I mean, it probably won't, but it doesn't matter, right? If you're short the stock, you're still responsible for having enough shares for the distribution, which don't exist. You think FSLR has more room up? The chain on FSLR is pretty stacked to like 240, 250. It should run into some resistance at 220. Although it hasn't as of yet. I guess it a little bit at 225 here. First a video game store, now a bookstore. What's next? A vape shop? Thanks to the BNet heads up, Greg. 431%. Nice, dude. Are we up more than GME ran yet? It's got to be getting pretty close, right? 600%. on the move so far. Jimmy hit 715. If BNED runs 800%, do I beat DFE? You were legit the first on BNED? I know. You need like 6,000%. Oh, for well, I mean the current run. But Jan 2021? Whew, gap up? Gap up out of the halt, dork. You never know. Barnes & Noble announces effectiveness of registration statement relating to $45 million share offering. When? Where? DM me a link. It's fucking useless. I need more info. Call the fire department, because this thing's getting out of control. Fucking halting. It's gonna spend all day halting. $45 million is 2/3 the market cap. Would that raise the floor if that's real? Wait, what? What do you mean if it's real? Wait, I didn't get out at 123. Come back. We came to get you, Cobra. When was your first buy-in on BNAD? Shit. Let me look at me in Dork's DMs. Uh, okay, so on December 20th, I told Dork, I think I might have front run RC's next buy. And he said, Jimmy? And I said, no, I feel like such an asshole. No, the thing he's gonna buy with Jimmy's money. What are you thinking it is? Baba? When I said, BNED, don't say shit to anyone. I'll explain more later. You could have bought before me. I told you about it. It was above $1 back then. Yeah, it was. So I bought like 2 days. I think it was like 2 days before it ripped up to $2 when the like activist investor came in. Give me 1 second. Based on the 0 DTE gamma chart, what's stopping 5330 today? All those calls are sold. I use a BNet gift card to buy my children books. You're welcome. Just out here helping the homies. You do know that the Barnes and Nobles that that is running this stock is not Barnes and Noble, like the bookstore. It's the college campus bookstores called Barnes and Nobles. I don't have any targets on BNet. I already sold most of my position. I bought an FSLR 2325 23250C for 125, sold a 235C for 150. Oh, nice. I went to BNet last year, bought an album. So first, what, you liar, crime? Nope, didn't know that. Yeah, so this is the educational branch of the Barnes and Noble stores that you go to, like the bookstores where hipsters hang out all day and use free Wi-Fi. That's a private company. That has nothing to do with this company at all. Superstock, however, does not know that. Holy shit. This is fun. Ah, yes. Die, Netflix. What's Tup doing? Ah, lost $2 again. Holy fuck, look at the buy side on the BNED call. Look at the fucking order book. It's so stacked. About 150 calls. BNED will die. I'm sorry, guys. It makes sense. My 7-year-old's reading at a 4th grade level, so pretty much better than college. Also, who could short a college bookstore? They make like 10,000% profit on every book. That's why I bought their stock in the first place. Gherk, look at FSLR, big nuts. I know, you almost shorted that. And I almost forgot that you almost shorted it. Jesus fucking Christ, it broke 25 already? It's not gonna, I don't know why it's not stopping. Is Enphase the sympathy play here? Yes. Holy shit. resistance at 18. Or I could just buy more out of the money FSLR shit. End phase options are expensive as fuck. Hmm. Come on, it moved up a bit today. EPAM's still trying to push 90. That's fun. AMD just gonna chop. Will NVIDIA earnings drag it up? They could, although AMD's competition, right? So maybe not. I'm gonna sell $1 CCs on BNED for more than my cost per share. Nice. Mm. Cap pulling back to 157. Microsoft looks pretty strong. Apple's starting to push up through the 192.50 level. Whatever happened with this? Oh, gross. Halted again. Can BNED continue till next week? I have no idea. Is Amat still looking good? Yeah, why? A little bit of resistance at 20, but I'm not super worried about it. It's it's not supposed to squeeze. It's like over a month of exposure. But I think it almost tested 20 or just above 20 in pre-market. So there's a little bit of resistance at the $20 level. Oops. Nvidia had kind of a rough open again. Still a lot of sold calls at 950. Meta's kind of bouncing back. IWM's still in a bit of a shitty spot. AMD's doing okay today. Almost got the 70 test again. Ooh. Last one sold at 29 cents. 11% yield. And at 36 cents. Let's look at the fucking 14.4% yield for 30 days. Is it still in the same halt? What's going on with top? Hmm. Exit that, yeah. What's SPX looking fucking boring? You remember this morning when I said I could trade between 53.15 and 53.20 all day? It's looking a lot like that. by like the in the money put here. Ooh. Oh. Dear God. Back to the hilarity of streamers looking at Barnes and Noble finances to comment on BNAD. Rock enthusiasts, AMCers, and SSers alike. Think about it. They could have been buying it at 18 cents. Is BNAD gonna halt again? It's pretty close, yeah. Did they price up the BNAD calls? I mean, yeah, they're pricing up a bit. How is SPX looking? Super boring. Bulls selling puts into every drop. Bears selling puts on every bounce, or selling calls on every bounce. AKA an efficient market. $226, the top of this run for BNED, you think? Why? Really want to buy that put? I kind of do, yeah. If it closes above $1, this is gonna run again, huh? Yeah. Yeah, it probably will. At the volume, shouldn't IV be jacked? On what? BNED? IV is jacked on BNED. Use IBKR, right? Do I have to pick up the phone and call them about a corporate action? I hate phone calls. Yeah, you probably do. I've never subscribed to something like that on IBKR, but I would imagine that you probably need to call in. Just covering my CV plus 50% profit. Still have 70% of my shares now. Free for BNet MOASS. Thanks for everything, dude. Nice, man. Well done. You don't on Schwab? That's convenient. It feels like people are selling hard. Really? Okay. You said that yesterday. You said you were like, this feels like the top. For those wondering, I just called Fidelity. It's easy to get the shares. Must have settled cash. Will be issued 3 to 5 days after the subscription expires. How much cheddar do I need to dump into BNet to have to file paperwork? Well, the market cap of the company is 63 million currently. Well, 63, 62. So, at least 6. You could do it. Yeah, I don't want to own that much of the company. I could have done that at 18 cents. Why the fuck would I do it now at $1? And IBQ, you look at notifications as a corporate action. Doesn't seem you need to call them. Oh, okay. You just fill it out. There you go. FSLR just rocketed past 230. Yeah, I know. Well, it looks like I didn't get to buy my extra put. It's gonna actually drop or what? God, this is fucking annoying. Yeah, if we fall below 53.17, Delta turns negative. So bulls are gonna defend that. I wonder if the only thing keeping us up here at this point is CTA flows. Did you have any chance to look at HBM's equity offering? I didn't, actually. $36.8 million shares at $9.50 a pop. Okay. So a little dilution. It's not that much. MAC keeps failing 220. That's why there's theta. 220 is resistance. Hmm. Future Carvana puts it. No, 110. FSLR, but casual $30 in 112 1.12 days. Yeah, it's been running. Gork. Someone just posted in the SVX chat their short ladder attacking BNED. What do? Should we DRS? Oh, Jesus Christ. How high are you expecting this run on BNED to go? There's no target. It's just squeezing. EPM forming DCB on longer time frames. It's setting higher lows though. Seems fine. Hmm. Every single one of these fucking dips. Delta on October 1 calls went from 0.7 to 0.5 in seconds. Major crime. Just vol pricing down. I love SLR. It's doing pretty well for itself. Big sell wall. I'm trying to push the price down. How's our boy Top looking? Lame. If it gets back over 2, it might get a little spicier, but right now, pretty boring. The 5320 strike is now put heavy, which is kind of interesting. Breakout. 215. AJ. Beaten share position up 524%. Nice, man. Hedgy sharks pretending to be retail. Hello, fellow retail traders. I have a stop on my FSLR 230C set at 7x and it isn't even on the chart. Is this how you feel every day? Thanks a ton. Keep up the awesome stuff. Well done, man. That's awesome. Does this run for BNED reduce the risk of it going out of business? I don't know, but I feel like they should be issuing shares at $1, not 5 cents, right? If the $2 calls on BNET go in the money, it's gonna be a serious problem. Look at $2 OI for July. It's not that high. It's like 840. They opened up more strikes too. $4 and $5 strikes. June 2C. Yeah, June has a lot, but not July. You mean June. Gorg FSLR all-time high. Yeah. You asked me to look at Holo the other day, and I said, I don't care about your shitty penny stack. It looks like it's squeezed off and it's just getting crushed again. They don't make money. Ever. They've never made money. It's just someone throwing away like a couple $1,000,000 a year. And their operating expenses have tripled. Well, doubled. What's the bull case? The cyclical nature of it. There's not a lot of cyclicality here, right? It's just you get short vol pulling back every once in a while. Looks mostly like ETF FTD following OPEXs. Ew. Why can't I get a fill at $4.90? What the fuck? There's like 100 stocks that do the same thing. You can at least try to find one that doesn't suck as a company. Is that a bull pennant on the SPX 15 minute? No. Thanks for FSLR, Gherkin. My Augusts are ripping. I picked up some weeklies first thing this morning. Nice. Is it chasing to hop into FSLR now? I mean, I'd probably wait for some kind of pullback, because otherwise, a little bit. It's a little bit chasey. Jesus Christ, it's already up 10% today. That's really, it's really not showing any signs of stopping. Yeah, I guess the possibility is that it doesn't pull back. Yeah, I mean, since it broke 230, it's a pretty good ramp up to 50. And then even out to 300. Fucking gap. FSLR 250 end of day. That would be absurd. End phase has been a nice sympathy play. I went long end phase this morning. It's up like 7% today. That's probably got some room to run also, even though their margins aren't as good. I wonder if VIX will break 12. Is that what we're trying to avoid here? Weird. Wyatt, welcome to Tillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. It's healthy, right? It's absurd. Amazon and BNet sympathy play. Endphase is having a pretty good day too. Already testing like 120. Well, this has got like a lot of room to the upside. Hmm. Interesting. Baba did not like Gamma Max. Blessed be Nvidia Day. May Jensen lead us to the land of volatility. That'd be cool. The concentration of call side support for AMAD. Do you know how much theta on that call side support? It looked like the 220, 230 calls out over the next 2 monthly expirations. Oh my god, you're annoying. All the information I want to give you, AJ, is already written down. No, there's calls to the upside as far out as 2025. There's a bunch of shit dated after like 240, 250 after June. Mm. This is where Delta starts to turn negative on SPX. Ramp down to 5,300. I mean, Yes, but resistance at 15. Slow grind on SPX till the auction. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty boring. Could get exciting if it got a breakout, but I don't think we're gonna get one. BNED's inching back over $1 again. What's your PT on Netflix? In the short term, I just wanted a retest of like 634. Was my target. 634, 638. For the weekly put. Longer dated puts, I'm not really interested in right now. Not yet. VIX pushing up through 12. The fucking market looks terrible. More skew pulled back yesterday. Forward yield on vol is flattening out. Correlation's breaking down. Hmm. Jesus fucking Christ. No, SPX bounced off of where gamma would have turned negative. I went full potato peanut. Just signed up for some CPE on innovations in AI. Preparing forms 1040. Oh god. Thank you for telling me you bought more FSLR after I sold a bunch yesterday because of that I got back in and doubled my position. Now I'm up a ton. Nice. Well done. That's I'm praying to the pickle god for my BNED calls. Oh. Yeah, it's interesting. We'll see. Looks like we're starting to get more covering again. Dude, what the fuck is with the FSLR? Does anything actually matter today? Nvidia earnings will determine everything. Yeah, it's possible. I might have sold my FSLR 250C a bit early. I still made 100%. Nice. Can't have any potential ups today. Let's see. It's bouncing on support, but not with a lot of volume yet. We got a 63 and a 64 test that rejected. I mean, it's forming a bit of an uptrend, but it still needs to break out above 366 for a reversal. I might add again here if it holds this support. Probably wait to confirm it though. Why is Barrick still lagging? Miners always lag moves in gold. Also, gold's down. Gold sold off super hard last night. Or today. Just today. Fucking a little bit last night and then it dumped today. So the consolidation broke down, but it's probably going to find support around the 2400 level. There's a lot of gold bag holders. I'm about to hit my June end of month goal today. FSLR gods be praised. I got my DCA fill at 359.57 yesterday. Nice. How long is this bear steepener gonna steepen? Isn't the longer it lasts, the worse the recession? Not necessarily. No. I mean, the recessions, if we get a recession or a depression, it's just going to be really bad because we have no way of bailing ourselves out of it. since we spent so much money trying to prevent it from happening, when one inevitably does happen, it's going to be bad because we're not going to be able to ease our way out. I have no idea, Hamskara. Your last write up on FSLR was bearish. That was like fucking 2 years ago. Or a year and a half ago. I already updated everybody on Sunday. This was all in the Sunday stream. Maybe you should fucking pay attention. And I wasn't that bearish on it. I just didn't think that they would meet their production goals. And they didn't, ultimately. They got a lot of orders canceled because they weren't able to spin up manufacturing fast enough back then. Jesus fucking Christ. I just took some FSLR profits. You're a legend. Thanks, man. Just print more money. That fixes everything until it's $1,000 for a loaf of bread. Well, that's what we're doing now, and that's currently driving up inflation, which isn't good. I was bearish on FSLR back in like 2022, 2023. I guess it was 2023. It was about a year ago. I can show you the positioning. It was like back when it was up trading up here. I was shorting it for quite a while with like a 128 target. Which it eventually hit. Binance closing above $1 had the same effect as closing over 50 cents yesterday. That's very likely, yeah. Although $2 would be better. Just made $30 on FSLR winning. Maybe. Big pile of calls at 240. And then another big pile of calls at 250. Then there's a little bit of resistance to the 260 level. If it breaks 270, pretty straight ramp to 300. Do they sell or crank soft goods? They actually crank and sell hard goods. The US always has a way out of recessions. It's called providing freedom to another country. It's true. Get ready for a pullback. I'm full porting FSLR calls. How does FSLR get rugged? People take profits? Because it's fucking up like 30% in 2 days. But, I mean, the options chain's bullish. 22% in 2 days. Ridiculous. The funny part is, like, we were all bullish on it on Sunday, and then it pulled back a little Monday, and everyone freaked out. There appears to be no caution going into the Fed minutes, despite arguably being more impactful than J-Pow's FOMC speech. Big money just not worried, or would prefer to giga-rag. There's caution. I mean, most of the short vol is on the call side right now. There's not a lot of bullishness. They could get squeezed out if they're wrong, but I don't think they expect the Fed minutes to be very positive. Who else cranks hard goods? Avis Bumhole. He's 100% gain on BNet away from having to go to Farmville's house. The options I had were up well over 1,000%. That's pretty ridiculous. The entire position I bought is like deep in the money now. I might exercise some. Sell covered calls on this shit later. It wasn't a like official. I mean, it was a pickles pick, but like we did it on the stream. Dad, Fubo. Cool. I mean, I'm already up like 70% on fucking weeklies that I bought 12 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. No, look at chart. Who cares? Let's all take a minute and thank Poopy Pants for letting us inverse him on FSLR. If all Pickles picks could be in the Discord, that would be great. I'm doing my best not to chase FSLR, but it's getting harder. Hey, my weeklies went in the money. Cool. You know, this entire time you've been complaining about FSLR not having its own write-up, smooth operator. You could have just made 100% on weeklies. Actually, you started complaining this morning. You'd be up a lot. Fubo has triple bottomed over the past month or so. Okay. GameStop getting tight, likely gonna rebound squeeze like it did in Feb of 2021. It's not getting that tight, but it could. You mean a dead cat bounce? Is that called a rebound squeeze? I sold FSLR at 220, thinking there would be a pullback like a normal person. Apparently not. That's not how this is going down. Maybe we'll pull back when we get to 300. Hey, 240's got a little bit of a sell-off. Whole 80 cents. You could also be up 42% on end phase. I bought some FSLR this morning. I'm up 60%. Another call for over 100% from Monday. Nice. Is FSLR ever finna stop? There'll be resistance here at 240. A little bit. Although the other resistances haven't fucking mattered at all, so Maybe this one won't either. Hey, look. Oh, someone's at my door. Alright. What did I miss? Oh, lame. There was actually resistance. Mm, starting to get more sold calls. Support at 40. probably be worried about SPX squeezing the 25 here, right? Fall up, spot up. My only copper exposure is HBM. Steve Irwin, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I'm working. I'm in the office, and I can't get away with that today. But, I mean, everybody was talking about it all fucking weekend, right? All you had to do was ask. Are you done with BNED after the split? I mean, I'm pretty much done with BNED already. Split or no split. I have 30, 35 $1 calls, and that's it. That's the entirety of my exposure now. What range on SPX? We started good old-fashioned FOMC squeeze. Maybe here. They're trying to pressure the sold 25s off the chain, but they're kind of failing, and we're getting more accumulation of the 25s. But watch for like more spot up, vol up interaction there. Because if they're successful, this could squeeze all the way out to like 53.50 before the minutes even drop. Or before the auction. Is that someone at my door again? What the fuck? Hmm. I can't believe this is fucking pushing up above 40 already. Oh wow, I filled at 475 on those. Nice. Alright, we filled the gap. I need to stop on this. Mm, maybe I'll wait. See if bulls buy up the dip here, or they're gonna lose their positioning again. Getting very tight. Why do you like HBM as your sole copper exposure? It was the only copper exposure that I wanted. I did a write up on it. If you want to, you can search it in Pickles Picks. Super basic question. Where do resistances come from? Generally, they start as a level where people are willing to take profit on the upside move, right? And then more and more people can take profit at those levels, right? Any profit taking will encourage more profit taking. And so on subsequent retests of the same level, people would become more and more likely to continue taking profits. You mean like how I searched FSLR from Pickles Picks, but only found a write up from a year ago? We spent 30 minutes talking about it on the weekend stream. If don't blame me for you not taking this seriously. I provide the information in multiple different formats. What were you doing Sunday? So watch it later. Are people whining that you gave out multiple 100% plus plays? How devastating. I know. Why did I only buy one FSLR call, and why is that on you? FSLR running because of AI demand is actually the most regarded thing ever. That's just bot shit from the news, right? FSLR is running because we're imposing sanctions on Chinese durables, and they improved their production capacity. They're also less reliant on what is it? Not cadmium. I wrote this up once too. It was fuckers. Hold on, I'll think of the name of it. Give me a minute. Gallium. Yeah, gallium. Thank you. Which is something that China's put sanctions on. Stock out as always. BNet and FSLR. Thank you for the knowledge and profits, Gherk. Already almost 3 years as a pigeon whale. Tom Tom, first of the pigeon whales. You set an example for everyone that could never be matched. Thank you so much, man. Also, congrats. Why are my calls only up 2 to 400%? That's definitely your fault. Did you mention FSLR's Gamma Max? No, I didn't. We could talk about it. Since it's moved up so rapidly. But Gamma Max is at like 257 right now. So it's, I mean, call interest is climbing with the breakout. So and I also in my FSLR, if you really want to get technical, poopy pants, in my FSLR write up from a year ago, I noted that I thought once they got production capacity online, they would go back up again. That it was simply through the period of capex that I was bearish. So theoretically, you could have been going long FSLR at like 145 for the last fucking year. Had you done any research at all instead of wanting everything handed to you on a silver platter. I enjoy life. Well, then you've chosen the wrong game to play. I'm not kidding about that. I'm serious. Maybe someone can take the Sunday stream minutes. Someone does in the comments, literally every Sunday. FSLR is going up more. I know. It's not a lot of reason for it to stop. I paid good money for the silver platter. $10 a month. What the fuck just happened? Oh, nice. Do I still want the buy stop there? Are all the fucking little gaps filled now? Yeah. I already looked at SAS. I don't care about it. Is this a significant bounce on BNED? If it goes over $1, sure. If FSLR loses 40, are you stopping out? Not on my September shit. I don't care if it finally finds some resistance. Hmm. Here's another Ko-Fi to ask you to please check my last Ko-Fi. Oh shit. Sorry. Did I miss one? Fuck is it? Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Gherk speculate with us. Don't you think there's something to DFE's tweets about run Lola run? You mean the things he was tweeting while GME was running? She bets on 20 over and over. Him tweeting that he'll do it himself, and the large $20 call buys, those were call sells. Maybe he's shitposting, but that seems too juicy. I don't know. He might be buying at 20. There's support at 20, but I mean, there are some call buys at the $20 mark, just not a lot of them. Most of those are sold. Like the majority of them are sold. Thank you, by the way. But no, I don't really think I buy into it that much. If it continues to hold 20 for an extended period of time, that could be bullish. I got one of these too. Nice. May has been absolutely wild. I doubled my DGen port with Jamie and BNED. The best part is it's not over. True. It isn't over. Boobies. Nice, Carl. Always classy. Should I pick up another one of these at 260? I feel like a fucking mistake at this point. When are we gonna fill the gap? Alright. So short calls came in. Gamma goes negative. Where are they gonna try to bounce this? Fucking 5018, 5318. Hmm. This is fucking ridiculous. I just woke up. Oh my, FSLR. Thanks for the info, Pickle Man. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Congratulations. Well done. Yeah, I'm in AMAT. I'm gonna throw up from these FSLR gains. Excellent. My port is up 10% today because of FSLR. Wow. Yeah, it's really fucking moving. See, I sleep in and lose half my port. We aren't the same. Are you still looking for an entry to short Carvana? I remember 115 was a key level at the time for selling calls. So below 115, I'm gonna close my sold calls. And then below 110, I'm gonna short it. I might short it earlier than that, but probably not heavily. Bid thank you for the BNED play. You gave your thesis. I did my research. Looked into the long-term outlook. I bought 10K because I liked it. Had like 100 calls for fun. Wild. Nice, man. Well done. I'm glad you picked up some money on it. August West, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Did anybody go long end phase today? Because it's kicking ass too. I don't think they'll perform as well, but they're building up quite a little call ramp themselves. I'm gonna wake at 6 a.m. and lose half my port. We're certainly not the same. FSLR 621 250C were 38 cents yesterday. They're 950 now. Yeah, they're doing pretty good. I wish I'd gotten a little bit more out of the money yesterday instead of just picking up more September 220s, but I'm okay with it. I got weeklies today that I made a bunch off of, so I'm happy about that. And if it starts to break above like 243, 245, it's probably gonna test 50 today. So it's looking good. I did. I bought Enphase. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, Enphase is a little overpriced on the option side, but it's got room to run too. Might run into some resistance around here at 120, but if it can break up, it's really got a lot of room to the upside. Especially with FSLR hitting all-time highs. I wouldn't be surprised if it could get above like 140 over the next month or so. BNED's still awfully close to $1. I made back my billionaire payment off one of my FSLR shares. Nice, man. Best part was it was in the DGen account, not even my actual port, just the dumb one with GME. I got house money off both plays. Awesome. I shamelessly ghosted your end phase play. Sorry, not sorry. Don't tell us anything that FSLR is moving up linearly. I even I can draw good trend lines on this. Um I mean, yes, it tells us that it's being repriced rapidly by the market. Hey, look at that. FSLR pushing 243. My favorite part of today is that are people mad about others banking on FSLR, and the comments have been nonstop FSLR. Yep. Yep. Yeah, Poopy's really mad at me. Or not Poopy. Smooth, sorry. Smooth super pissed off. I probably would have done a write up on FSLR on Sunday night, but we've been working with like a lot of stuff in our database and moving data around and shit, and so I haven't been getting data to do the write up until like midnight to 2 a.m., sometimes 3 a.m. And so by the time I get the data, all I really have time for is writing up like SPX for the next day. Can't stop, won't stop. First solar. Are you chasing hymns? No, I'm not interested in that at all. You think gold at 2390 here is a support line? Yes. Yeah, I think it's gonna find some decent support around the 400 level again. What's the next stop on the FSLR train? 50? What's going on with Cat? A lot of sold calls at 60 and 65 have kind of pushed it back to the trends. It could recover here, but it fell through the short term uptrend. And so we'll have to see if it finds support on the long term uptrend, which it may or may not. This level is very important. It's either a really good entry for another test of 65, or Cat's failing its breakout, and the the rising wedge is going to break down from the recent lows. After which it could find support and then try to push up again. But my favorite part is there are people. What about weeklies, guy? Not that hard. I don't know what people are complaining about. I picked up a weekly 5 minutes ago and it's up 30% already. Yeah, no problem, fiscal. I'm not mad at all. You started bleeding because I asked a question. How am I mad? Really? It wasn't a question. It was you fucking whining that I didn't put it in pickles picks for you. Zom had a nice pullback this morning. It seems like a good call entry. Are you bullish on oil? And they did have a nice pullback this morning, but oil's been dropping for a couple days now. So you said your last write up on FSLR was bearish. Can you update us? And then I did. And you said, gotcha, I missed the stream. I'll check it out. Relax. Then you said if all pickles picks could be in the Discord, that would be great. Put that finger in my mouth, daddy. I hear that, but I'm working and I'm in the office and I can't get away with it today. People chasing Burry's position. Don't spend my weekends in the Discord, homie. Life is out there. I'm trying to have lunch dates with hot models like you. You mean like how I searched FSLR and Pickles Picks, but only found a write-up from a year ago? See, it just goes on and on like this. Oops, I forgot about BNED. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We just lost positive delta for a second. We just slipped below it. If this fails, we could go down. IV's starting to turn up pretty hard. Thank you so much, tired nurse. What am I actually listening to? Smooth Operator's ramblings. Lots of it's whining. Should I do a poll? I'll do a poll. We can let everyone. Let's do it democratically. Let your glazers vote. If you'd told them about FSLR on Sunday, then you could be the popular one. He wants to hate fuck you. I can tell. My mistake was playing Amat. What's wrong with Amat? It had a very nice entry. More votes on the poll than likes on the stream. Don't ever change. I mean, no one likes the stream, right? FSLR run is wiping out the loss from trying to short it this time last year. What? FSLR shorts last year were amazing too. I was kidding about 250 FSLR today, but maybe 300 end of day. Should we start a GoFundMe for Smooth to make up for his miss on these nummy FSLR calls? The entire time he's been complaining, the stock has moved up $30. I like the stream, even days I'm not here. Like the good little cuck I am. Alright, fine, Carl. You can sit on the couch this time. Ooh, dump. Holy shit. That was hard. Is FSLR okay? Thank God. I've got it open on two screens. Hmm. That was rough. My Jan Spy 400p went up $3 on the drop. Do you mean 3 cents? Bear trap? I don't know about that. There's a lot of puts here. Okay, I think this is sufficient. Four charts of FSLR if you aren't a chicken. It did get a red candle for a second there. Also, like the fucking stream, guys. Jesus Christ. Was there news? No, we just slipped negative on Delta. Another thing that Smooth knew in advance and didn't take advantage of. Is Apple Play dead now or after getting rejected at 192.50? It's not dead at 192.50 rejection, but that's kind of a hard rejection. So I'd be careful with it. Failing 190, it's not even failing 190 is not that bearish. Apple's chain is pretty stacked. FSLR 250 and inevitability. No, it's not inevitable, but it's kind of close to happening. The Knights of V will not stand for this heresy. The 255s I added 10 minutes ago are up 30%. Can this drag down to 5300 before the minutes? Yeah, if we don't move back to, like, if this bounce doesn't carry us back to where delta's positive, this definitely can keep moving down. I don't know if it'll move down to 5300, but like 5310.05 definitely isn't out of the question. There's plenty of puts. And gamma on them just picked up a bunch, so we get back above 5318, should be pretty stable, but yeah, like if this rejects, we can fall to 10 or 53, as low as 5305. There's gonna be a lot of support at 5300 though. This is fucking stupid. Is that everyone just buying FSLR weeklies? I mean, now, yeah. The original play was like the options chain was pretty stacked out to September up to $300 on a break of 200. So it was like June 200 220, September 250 and higher. Um like a longer play, but it's just running like fucking crazy instead. But most of the options on the chain are pretty far dated, so there's a lot of delta. Which is what's driving this, is all of that delta going in the money, right? Why'd you crash the market? I didn't crash it. Partial WeBull would let you do rolling stops. Yeah, it's annoying. But you can move them, which is kind of cool. If you pull up the ladder, you can just like open your contract like this, right? And you can just click here and set a stop on your contract. So you could like set a stop at like 425, right? And then if you want, you can move that up or down. It's pretty easy. It's just tough when I have meetings. It's tough on mobile. Managing positions on Webull Mobile is meh. I don't like mobile platforms for trading. If SPX jumps today and breathes some life into September Vega puts, I would be so happy. I think my break even for Vega on my September puts is like VIX 1350 right now. Is there some chance for a rug on FSLR? I mean, I don't see why it would rug. But yeah, I mean, as more and more weeklies get onto the chain, the chance of a rug becomes greater, right? FSLR dangerously close to 250. It's close enough to 250 that we're probably testing 250 pretty soon. There's a lot of delta at 250. Why can't all Pickles picks be this easy? Because that's trading, right? Is that, you have grindy 20% plays are your bread and butter, and then occasionally you get something that does stupid shit like this. I will say psychologically 250 is going to be a big deal though. Maybe not. Bull's still trying to get back 5318 on SPX. Full ported FSLR lost everything. How's that even possible? If you'd bought FSLR at any point today, you're up. Except the last candle. BNet excitement done for the day? No, not necessarily, but it looks like it's gonna chop here. They're gonna bleed off as many obligations as they can without running the price up more. It's getting a little bit more liquid to the downside, so we're seeing some selling, which isn't necessarily good, but there's still accumulation of calls at $1 and $1.50 while they price down. So we may get some pullback and some consolidation, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's done yet. Closing price today will be very important for tomorrow, much like it was yesterday. He bought puts. You taking profits before Nvidia crashes the market tomorrow? I'm definitely going to close a little bit of my FSLR position today. Probably here around the 250 test. I'm going to close at least like 30 or 40% of it. Maybe more. We'll see. I might actually just exercise some of the 200s and get some shares. Because it looks like covered calls are going to be quite nice on this. It's also not very index exposed, so even if NVIDIA tanks like QQQ or SPX, it's probably not going to have a huge, or at least not an outsized effect on FSLR. Where do you find auction times? Most economic calendars will have them listed, but you can go to treasurydirect.gov. Frontrunner for the Mexican election has stated she will basically take back any homes that are not lived in constantly and give them to the people. What's the play? Put your goats inside your house. Maybe put some outfits on them. Why'd you dump the BNet calls you had on screen earlier? They hit my stop. You see FSLR plowing through 250? It could, but this is probably the most important resistance on the way up to 300. After 220, and since 220 just got obliterated, this is the next stop. Ooh, Nvidia sold off really hard. Interesting. There's a lot of 950 calls coming in on Nvidia. Not that it matters, but that's not the worst plan. I was just gonna put aside like 5% of the home value for bribes. Oh, okay, you can do that too. Do you think T2 will be significant on BNED? Yeah, it might be. I mean, it's up. It's up like fucking 400%. It'd be more significant if the dollar call stays in the money though by close. I might just take profits since I have to work soon and can't manage things or experiment with how to set a stop. Okay, that's reasonable. Look at that bullish support. God, this thing's a beast. I feel like I should be worried about downside, but there's no fucking puts on the chain. God, are we the only people pulling FSLR's data? Weird. Yep, Bulls got back 318. It's okay, guys. Everything's back to normal again. What the fuck? They pushed through the charm? That's impressive. Alright, this test is pretty important, actually. If this fails, back under that. Big Bear? If this breaks 53.20, pretty bullish. Do that what you will. It's only bullish till like 25 though, 23, 25. So, not a lot of range. What does BNet have? 0.000? What? Like 4 decimal places? Because of the price. It's on NASDAQ. There's not a soul in chat that cares about SPX right now. I know, but still. I fear the appeal of 9-minute till expiry contracts. Maybe swayed by NVIDIA earnings. I care deeply. No problem, Castellosaurus. Did EXR bounce back today? Oh, it did. Nice. Very nice. Good volume on that, too. Should I average down? No. Fucking gold. We get NVIDIA earnings. Would you straddle TQQQ, QQQ, or SPX? What would be most beneficial? Hmm. Maybe QQQ? What about Soxix? Soxel? I might straddle that. I wonder if TQQQ is better there, though. That's a tough choice. QQQ is going to be priced up. FSLR reckoning? Because it pulled back $3? I just got power and internet back on for the Midwest storms last night. What happened with BNED since yesterday? It doubled in price overnight? A little more than. In the market open. I'm straddled TQQQ for NVIDIA crazy times. Okay. So max profit 615 on a 335 entry, guaranteed $1.15 profit. Not bad for FOMO. Okay, yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know if I would have sold, but it's not the worst. Is Pickle Pick still a thing? Yeah, I do it every night. All of that for MM finally hedging. On which? Oh, on BNED? Some of it was that. Shorts on BNED are still kind of taking it up the duffer. So I wonder if top will ever be $2 again. Yep, I said the duffer. FSLR is a Poopy's pick because his original thesis was Poopy. Can they add strikes to the options chain midday? I just realized the weekly strikes can only go up to 265 on FSLR. They can, but not all brokers will do that. Are you ready to have the shorts shower you with their liquidity? On what? Yes? My BNet 719 150C gonna prompt bigly? Probably not. But it could. How's core 1 month up so much? We're getting like breakdown and dispersion today. Like quite a lot of it. Vol's up. Like index vol is up. Also 3 month VIX is up like 1%. VIX futures are up 158 points. Cash VIX up 236. $250 seems like a challenge. I don't know if it is yet or not. Thanks to this FSLR ride, I'm out for now with over 200%. Much love. Good luck, everyone. That's awesome, Jen. Congratulations. Do you feel better now about the GME run? Are we getting a new dot plot today? No, just the minutes. A little, let's not talk about it. 18K gain on FSLR now. I could go back to work and stop staring at charts. If GoEV is like upstart in 2023, how early are we? Early. What's your approximate timeline if you have one to share? I don't know. I hope before the end of the year, but 3 to 6 months. Probably at least. What you know what GoEV really needs is they need an earnings where their revenues are in line with their projections, right? Because they're promising to get revenues up this year. And if they're able to do that, that's very bullish. $2 for Farmville, it's not impossible. I mean, BNED could still run more. How do I get access to Pickles Picks? You become a billionaire. I listened to the Sunday stream just enough to catch the FSLR part, and now I'm up like 4K. I usually cover like a lot of stuff on Sunday. It probably should not be missed. Also, like, a lot of the Sunday stream is longer term projections. Straddle or strangle TQQQ with VIX this low? I mean, you could just you could just straddle, right? That doesn't. One Sunday stream I miss. What's with the fantasy disguised as a bat? You'd have to ask Avis. Thanks, Carl. Oh, that reminds me, we gotta get some information out to the pigeon whales about beta and launch timelines and stuff. Sick? What? Not you, but the rest of the pigeon whales. Apple's sad, but maybe this will let me get another entry. Maybe. Petition for pigeon whale only stream. Ooh. Why do you have to tease? I'm not teasing anybody. Have I ever done a pigeon whale only stream? Hey, do not. Oh, the pores are revolting. No, not like that. I mean, like... Al, welcome to Dillionaire. I'm glad you figured it out, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord if you need help getting it linked up. But there's a thread in the general chat for how to connect your account so you can unlock the country club. It would be cool to have an informational stream about the platform. Yeah, I think that might be a good. Maybe me, Doric, and JFresh can figure out something. Fuck the pores. Thank you, BMG. FSLR hits 260 today. I'll become a pigeon whale. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize the $50 from entry to now weren't enough. Can I gift Dillionaire to a specific person? No, you can't gift Dillionaire at all. So YouTube said they're gonna add that, but they haven't yet. It's necessary to ensure they know this. You were a poor not that long ago. He's been a pigeon whale for like 2 years. He just unsubscribes at the beginning of every month because his credit cards are maxed out. I actually did a one-on-one lesson on how to set stop losses. Here, let's do it right now. You set a stop on the contract. Generally below the price it's currently trading at. For an order opposite of your initial entry. Rhino? Oh, dude, welcome to Pigeon Whale. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. The new zillionaires can DM if they want. I'm available all day. Look at you, Carl. You could just also at everyone in the general chat with a link to the thread instead of trying to trick people into your DMs. I tried to set a stop on ANKBY. My broker said no stops on pink sheets. What do now? That's the end of it. I haven't maxed out a credit card in years. I max my credit cards out every month. I'm not gonna pay like cash money for things. Also, all my cards are cash back right now, so I'm getting that sweet discount on inflation. No, you don't get interest charged. You just pay it back. You just pay it off at the end of the month. You're a spender? Yeah, I spend a lot of money on stupid shit. That's like a built-in coupon. Mm-hmm. Interest is for poors. Does BNet need to close above $1 to continue? That would be ideal. Last month I spent a lot of money. Like I maxed out my my cashback Visa. It was like 80 grand. But I'll get 2% back on getting the natural gas pipeline laid for my house. What's the dumbest non-trading related purchase you've ever made? I'd rather not say. Do you pay taxes with your credit card? Can I? Are you gonna live in the house? What's your plan for it? I was gonna sell it this summer. Are you sure your cashback card doesn't have limits on the cashback? It does, but when I hit those limits, I just switch and use a different card. I have like 7 cashback credit cards right now. Ladies? No, that's not. Well, okay, yes and no. When would you suppose we get weekly profit taking on FSLR? Well, we'd get a lot more of it if the weeklies would stop going deep in the fucking money for 5 seconds today. You know? PBR halted. Ooh. I hope they cut the dividend and it goes to $5. 2% fee to pay tax with credit card? Motherfucker. That's the whole cashback. That's not even worth it. Fidelity's trying to give me a 2% cashback card. It's tempting. I have that card. It kind of sucks. They don't raise the limit on it very often. But it's 2% cashback on everything, which is nice. Yes and no is a fair answer. I'm not talking about the ones of the night. Maybe in those special clubs. I don't really do that. I'm not into paying for it. Kind of ruins the fun. Is there any validity to swing trading stocks in after hours? Not necessarily BNet, I mean, but not necessarily BNet. It's hard and kind of illiquid. You get a lot of slippage. It's pretty dangerous. Is there any risk of PBR uncertainty spilling over to PAX? I don't really think so, but it really depends on what the uncertainty is, right? If it has to do with like geopolitical risk, then yes, because they're both very exposed uh to like Brazilian politics. But on any other front, I don't think so. Is Enphase going for 130? Looks like it. I got to a few script clubs back in the day. It's always a gigantic waste of money. All of my like finance bro friends go to these like weird karaoke bars in Brooklyn where they spend like 5 grand a night just to like hang out with Eastern European models and sing karaoke in private rooms. If you sell the house, are you gonna carry the loan? I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I could do it at like 7%, which would be decent. I could 6 to 7% would be worth it. Skeezy, yeah, it kind of is. They're not singing karaoke. No, no. Well, I mean, actually, they do, but I feel like finger quotes are required for that statement. I don't pay my taxes on the credit card. Apparently, there's a 2% fee, so it wouldn't be worth it. Although, Turd showed me a credit card that I can pay my rent with, um, and I get cash back on my rent payments, which is pretty dope. Y'all are paying taxes. Oh wait, it's not actual karaoke. I mean, there is karaoke. No one wants to go to fucking Tijuana, Joe Sixpack. What did you do with the house loan? Bonds that cover 5%, then sell delta neutral theta using the margin to make the other 2% fee plus profits? What? If I carried the note, I would just receive payments. What the fuck are you talking about? Special meeting notice on BNED just came through from Fidelity. Interesting. Cat has a little momentum. Yeah, that one's interesting. Let me see how the bounce is playing out. It's still risky here, but it's getting a bit of a bounce. Entry on a break of 160 is probably a lot better. And there's some risk right now, also, right, with Fed minutes and everything. If SLR is going to 260, that would be the next stop. Although I'm not really sure 260 is much of an actual resistance. And then, like I said earlier, if it breaks 270, it's got a pretty straight path to 300. Yeah, I don't have a mortgage. I would finance the buyer, is what I'm talking about. So if someone made an offer on the house, I could offer them financing at a slightly lower rate than the bank, right? And then I hold the note. That's what we're referring to. Any new thoughts on FSLR after it's been running so hard this week? I kind of just gave them. Oh, what mean our BNED letter to approve an amendment increase the aggregate number of authorized shares of common stock from 200,000 shares to 10 million? That's just part of the agreement for the distribution. What about rig? It's back to 6. Didn't insiders buy? They did. Yeah. I mean, I have other exposure to oil, but it's not the worst exposure. What's your prediction for Nvidia earnings? I don't really have one. I mean, I think they can probably meet expectations still. What's gonna really matter is their guidance, right? Everyone else has been guiding down. If they guide down as well, it's gonna be rough. Their their growth is a major chunk of the overall tech growth. And if they're not gonna if they don't project continued increases, that can be problematic. As FSLR situation, what are some strategies for taking profit on one strike while buying the next? Are there key percentages one should lock in and ways to get more exposure on dips? Yeah. I mean, there's not really key percentages. That's all going to depend on your entry, right? But there should be opportunities to get more entry. There haven't been a lot of dips. Um, this is the first time we've really run into any significant resistance here at 250, and it doesn't look like it's all that strong. Wait, so you're evicting me? What are you talking about? Oh, because you're squatting there? No, you're just gonna live with someone else sometimes. What if they don't pay you? You just take the house back? We can do the down payment since it's essentially found money. SPX 0 DTEs? No? This is the beginning of Pickle Loans Inc. I don't know about that. FSLR failed 250, but it looks like it's trying to test again. Yep. I wouldn't say it failed either. It just tested and had a small rejection. Netflix finally failing, or do we need it to break below 640? Below 640 would be ideal. But it is making a lower low here, which is maybe a good sign of a continuation of the breakdown. My only concern is that it'll find support before 38. I mean, my target for the weekly was only 38. Like I didn't really 38 to like 34. If it goes below that, that'd be cool. But this isn't like I'm trying to long term short it or anything. Are my FSLR 200Ps safe? No, they're fucked. That sounds. Why did you? Never mind. Are they sold? If I'm living with someone else some of the time, does that mean I get 2 Christmases? Yes. I was just asking if there's an optimal way to play it instead of entering too much and or getting out too early or too late. I mean, that depends on like your. That depends on a lot of factors. um, you some of which I can't go into. I mean, there's definitely ways to try to take advantage of the projected price move, right? Which does currently look like if it can break 250, there's no reason for it to stop anytime soon. Um, since it's moving up, basically just straight up. I would say that there's probably a good opportunity for like debit spreads there, so you can offset the cost of theta while gaining exposure to the upside move. That might be something to look into. It'll also make entries cheaper and only expose you to the price range that you want to target. Um, there's if you already have deep in the money calls, there could be, given that the market is repricing the stock really rapidly. There may be opportunities to exercise calls and sell covered calls. Obviously, call premium's very high, so that could be advantageous for some period of time until IV begins to come down. If you want to like hedge off potential losses on any kind of pullback from a position you're already in, I mean, protective puts or something like that would be an option there. Spreads could also help mitigate any kind of short-term fluctuations in price that are against your position. I mean, there's like a million answers to the question you're asking. If you're looking to enter a position on HBM, what price would you look to get in at? Oh, I did $4. If FSLR broke 260, that path to 300 wouldn't happen today, would it? I mean, probably not immediately today, but it could happen this week. I mean, look how fast it's moving, right? The market's not wasting any time in repricing it. And the position, even though the positions on it are much longer dated, I mean, that's kind of just driving it up higher faster because there's a lot of delta. New business idea. You marry and divorce a bunch of people so I can spend Christmas with them, return all of the gifts, split the returns. We could just do that with the pickle jar, and then I don't have to marry anyone. Hey Trina, what's up? How have you been? What's your end phase target? That 138, 140 level seems like the first upside resistance. For now. I mean, as long as FSLR is running. Yeah, PBR is halted. I don't know why. Assuming you had no position on HBM, and if you think that copper is going to continue to climb, I don't know. HBM's kind of nearing my like longer term price targets. I feel like some of the boat on copper's already been missed. Processing things, fair enough. Oh god damn it! Hold on, I have You're already married. False. Does BNet have a chance to keep running? Sure. Yeah, no problem, Golden Jive. Hmm. I guess depending on their share offering, if HBM pulled back to like 6 or something, I might add to it. But I'm not sure that I would hold if I thought it was going to pull back to 6. He's married to me. What do you look for in a partner? Um, a strong grasp on technicals and analysis. Drethan in shambles right now. He knows it's a sham. Is it possible to get Greeks for Goog when you have some time? Yeah. Marriage to Hazy to get him a green card was annulled. Why would Hazy need a green card? He lives under a bridge in Seattle. Volleyball thighs are a must. It sounds like we're never hooking up. I don't know. Some of your work on Yahoo Finance has been pretty impressive. Do you see FSLR taking profit? Or is it just resistance at 250? Resistance can turn into profit taking. I would say the consolidation here is still bullish, though. Whatever happened to the crazy cat lady? She lives next door to me. Yeah, cat did wake up a little bit. Reality TV show where female contestants have to trade their way to your heart. I don't want to date a traitor. That sounds awful. We about to see Aladdin in 12 minutes? What? If y'all want to get Gherk talking, you gotta be more subtle than that. Just ask him what he likes. It's too direct. You gotta offer a bunch of things and then deduce by a process of elimination. Yeah, what if she's better than you, right? Fucking risky. I'll lose all my money trying to inverse her. The magic rug. Delta's fucking falling back to negative again. So maybe? Can you check options on options flow in GME? I think more than June 21st calls traded in mass. Okay. They were selling them, right? They're just selling them and buying them back. It's none of it's particularly bullish unless they sell too many of them. If my wife learned to trade and went profitable for me, I would kill myself. Jesus, man. That's a bit intense. Why not just give her the port? Right? If the ultimate goal is just money, who gives a shit? I just called that Aladdin dude Armstrong because that was a stretch. I already sold all my BNED shares. I'm out. You're right, I'm being obtuse. What are the tips doing on FSLR? Just kidding. Who cares? I don't think they're really relevant anyway. Would you accept some of my liquidity? Mm. Is it secondary market liquidity or primary? Other than traders, what profession would you not date? Nurses. Oh, they're nuts. I thought you liked crazy. Yeah, I do. Not that kind of crazy. Would you mind turning Carvana around? I have one plan today, and it won't work until it's under 110. My brother-in-law married a nurse, a NICU nurse. Interesting. How's that going for him? My buddy's married to a nurse. You're correct in your non-nurse platform. I have plenty of experience. I'm well aware of what I'm saying, and I mean it. Oh, she's extra crazy. Girk likes women who have British accents and give him COVID. I mean, okay, I liked the British accent, and I do have a weak spot there. Um, but it wasn't about the COVID. Whoa, whoa, my girl is a nurse. I can't go back to dating a broke chick. I mean, it's not like nurses are balling. You just maybe don't have to pay for their shit. British or Australian? Australian just no, British. Definitely British. Irish is better. Okay, fair. I'm a woman with a British accent who successfully avoided COVID since 2020. Nice. Well done. Stay away from borderline personality disorder hotties. It's not worth it. Hold on. Now, now that's just rude. I feel attacked. Don't. It has nothing to do with you, tired nurse. Still not as bad as dating a doctor, though. Which British accent? Okay, so either either the really posh, like, northeast London one, right? Or just like the dirty, like, Scouser accent. Like Birmingham. Like the girls who wear wife beaters and Adidas pants. Not Cockney. Chavs? Exactly. Yeah, no, I know. It's disgusting. I can't help it. Newcastle, not Birmingham. Okay, fine. But you know, that like middle up there. Posh spice, not sporty. And it borderline personality disorder hotties are always the move. You can get stabbed or violently loved, and you never know what it's gonna be. It's like trading IRL, except there's no way to hedge it. I like all the spices except for scary spice. Why not scary spice? Birmingham's got the highest unemployment. Perfect. I mean, I asked him, why not scary spice? Who the fuck is Ice Spice? I don't want to know. FSLR is done. Pack it up. I lost everything. Scary scares me. Is it because she's black? If it's because she's black, that's racist. Because she's not scary at all. None of the Spice Girls are scary. Have you seen the movie? By the way, if you guys haven't seen the movie, it's amazing. The Spice Girls movie is top 30. My mate comes from a very posh southern family, and he's not engaged to a girl from Birmingham. Great combo. Wait, he's not engaged? Now engaged. Oh, okay. How old were you when that came out? Old enough. You refuse to believe that. You clearly never seen it. Are you referring to the timeless cinematic masterpiece known as Spice World? Yes. I too watched Dune 2 last night. Excellent. Why am I looking at Soxel? Gross. We can watch B-Ned try to climb back up above gamma neutral. Or I could watch Netflix and not fail the $40 strike. Decisions. Hmm. I was more of a Crossroads kind of guy. Hashtag free Britney. Britney's been free for some time, and I'm not sure that was the best decision for her. My favorite Spice Girl is Allspice. She likes bagels. What shoes went out of style? No, BNOT's not necessarily done. It could still close above $1. How long do you think it will take inflation to turn around? If everything continues as it currently is? Someone recommended KSCP. Okay, cool. FOMC minutes at 2 o'clock. That's correct. But right now we have the auction. Treasury yield 4.637 before a $16 billion 20-year auction. Ooh, bid to cover 2.51. Ouch. Actual yield at auction 4.635. That's not too bad. No tail. But terrible bid to cover. Liverpool and Sunderland Middlesbrough are the worst. Dundee is another level. Alright. Get your opinion on HD. You could. Give me a second. I've been watching it a lot lately. It's been struggling a little bit with recovering back above delta neutral. And it still looks like it's struggling a bit. Delta neutral on it's at 343. Charm's a little bit negative. You know what it is? It is picking up a lot of sold puts lately. So it's possible that it starts to move, but I probably wouldn't go long it till a break of DN. I've checked out Big Lots a bunch of times. They have a lot of fucking problems. Not that they can't get through them, but you know, they're in a very similar situation to what BBBY was in. And then you've got to remember that leadership there is you know, basically giving up on the business, right? Once you start taking loans to fucking buy back shares in your shitty company, you're not in a good spot, especially especially in this rate environment. What's the expected range for end phase? I mean, end phase has its own bullish momentum that was already on the chain before FSLR started running. They are more they have issues with precious metals though, and specifically gallium. So people are going to be a little more cautious with end phase, especially if China retaliates by increasing their tariffs on rare earth metals, which is the most likely thing for them to retaliate with, right? And if that happens, that's really bad for end phase. So we'll see, but I think right now it's got pretty decent option support out to like the 140, 150 strike. Just know that that could change really quickly on any kind of announcement from China. Whereas FSLR, not only do they do most of their manufacturing here in the States, or they do, I think, all of their manufacturing here in the States. They also don't, they use a different material for their panels, and so that they don't use as much precious metals. And so what could be very bearish for end phase could be even more bullish for FSLR. I've never been inside of Big Lots. That tells me enough. I have, like twice, I think, in my entire life. Neither time did I buy anything though. I was like, wow, this store sucks, and then I left both times. A lot of stuff in Big Lots is junk. Yeah, it reminds me of like I don't know, if you guys lived on the East Coast, do you guys remember like Odd Lots? Except not as cool. It's good for bulk dry foods like snacks. That's what I go to Costco for. Ocean State Job Lot? I don't know what that is. I'll tell you about, well, no, there was a store called Odd Lots. They went out of business in like the early 2000s, I think. Basically a poor store. It'll thrive in a recession when everyone is poorer. Hmm, interesting. If they can survive till the recession. How big of a moan should be released if FSLR crosses 250? It needs to do more than cross 250. And part of the problem is like the range from 250 to 260 hasn't built up a lot of interest yet. It will, considering we're trading flat here at 250 and the stock's up, 20% or whatever. Odd Jobs? Maybe it was Odd Jobs. No. Was it Odd Jobs? Maybe it was called Odd Jobs. I can't remember. Big Lots is the trailer park version of Pure One Imports, who went out of business. Like the guy from the bowler hat from Goldfinger? Yeah. I'll look it up. I think it was. No. Oh, shit. Big Lots is Odd Lots. They started their first store in Columbus, Ohio in 1983. And then the drugstore chain Revco bought the New Jersey closeout retailer Odd Lot Trading Co. As consolidated odd lot stores expanded from Columbus, Revco took issue with the fact that another closeout retailer was operating a chain with national aspirations and had similar name as the Revco-owned subsidiary. Agreed to limit their use of the Odd Lots name to stores located within a certain radius of Columbus. Eventually, they were rebranded as Big Lots. Oh, okay. So there were two companies that had stores called Odd Lots. And then Consolidated Stores Corp acquired Toy Liquidators, adding 82 stores in 38 states. Looking to expand further into the toy business. They purchased KB Toys from Melville Corporation in 1996. And after Melville purchased Revco and folded it into the CVS pharmacy chain, on its way to eventually becoming CVS Health, making the Odd Lots dispute moot. Interesting. KB Toys, RIP, yeah. Where do kids buy toys now? Just like Target? Imagine being a kid and having to go to a store and do like regular shopping and then get your toys. Amazon. How do kids can't understand shipping? That doesn't even make sense. They don't? Yeah, you just give them iPads now, right? Entire generation with no fucking imagination. The unmarked van down the street, they give out free lollipops with each purchase. There's like an immediacy and issues with object permanence. No child under 5 wants to have a toy ordered from Amazon. I'm a grown man, and I don't want to wait for shit to come from Amazon. When I'm excited about something, I want it right fucking now. I will drive like 6 hours to a store to buy something if the Amazon shipping time is more than like 2 days. Yep, Peanut's testing $1 again. Funny, that sounds like a 5-year-old's. I'm not saying anything on that. I mean, yeah, sure. That might be a little immature. How far did you drive to break up my relationship? I resent everyone who paid attention and got beanhead. How awesome was it going into Toys R Us as a kid? Fucking amazing. And Toys R Us was so much cooler when I was a kid because you had like dangerous toys. They had an entire aisle when I was like 5 that was just toy guns and not like Nerf guns. Yeah, pop cap bullets. And then that like sometime around when I was like 7, that one kid got like shot by the cops. because he had a toy gun, and then they just started. You started losing all the toy guns. Toys R Us in the 1800s had live ammunition, power wheels, driving power wheels around the store. I remember candy cigarettes. FAO Schwartz. Yeah, that place is fucking awesome. I could never afford anything there, but I loved going there. Like we would just go there and look at shit, never buy anything. But FAO Schwartz was fucking amazing, and they turned it into a goddamn Apple store. Then they opened a new FAO Schwartz at Rock Center, and it sucks. It's actually fucking garbage. Is that the one where Kevin McAllister caught the wet bandits again? Yeah. More like FAO Shorts. Hey, positioning moving on SPX. No, not much is changing. A little bit more call side delta since the auction, but not a lot. Things will probably continue to stay pretty stagnant till we get the FOMC minutes. Officially passed the 2x PDT port amount. Nice. Well done, C-Mill. No, it doesn't. Once you get some momentum going, it goes pretty quick. BNet above 1, immediate pressure, or mostly just better for another day? No, immediate pressure. Yeah, people are still buying calls on it. SPWR. If I remember correctly, they were having a hard time getting a hold of federal funding. An issue which Enphase and FSLR did not have. They were like SPWR was super hyped back in 2000 or 2021, but they had some issues getting a hold of like the government subsidies that would have ultimately made them a lot of money. Now they have a fat bag of debt, no government subsidies, and shitty cash flows. Um, if they're projected to improve EPS, maybe that's good, but it doesn't look that good. Their margins are way the fuck down. Net income's been steadily declining. Operating costs have stayed pretty stagnant. They're projected to grow revenues and earnings, but they haven't yet. It may just run because it's so short and solar's getting a bump, which it looks like that's kind of what's happening here, right? After it just moved up to like 565. It's definitely getting a lot of volume. But, I mean, I don't think they're a good company. Not by any means. Bumhole is shorting Beanhead. Can you talk about the pros and cons of holding on to Beanhead and buying shares at 5 cents? I mean, here's the reason I took profit is because I had no cost basis, so it was I didn't see any reason to hang on to the shares, especially with such like an egregious run in price, with still a 900 million share offering on the table, um, which is oversubscribed now. However, I may buy back into BNED after the reverse split. The cons would be, price drops to $5 after they do the share offering, or 5 cents, right? Pre-split price of 5 cents. Then they do the reverse split, and then say the price drops $1, right, to $4. That's a 20% discount to the offering price, and I think it's gonna still take them some time to turn their revenues around, right? So I think there's an opportunity for me to buy the company a lot cheaper after the offering and after the split. I could be wrong, right? But I'm not sure I will be. In essence, Superstonk caught wind of his play, and he don't roll like that. That's also partially a reason. FSLR looks like it's gonna start pushing through 50. When's the stock split? After the distribution. Superstock still hasn't figured out this isn't the same Barnes and Noble. I know. Any buy price on Target? Ooh, I actually have Target. Um, Not here, but I'd probably be willing to buy more under like 125. I actually bought into Target when it hit like 140 back in like 2022. And then I just have been selling covered calls on it ever since. But I'd probably be a fairly willing buyer under like 125. If it got back to 105 again, I would probably load up. Consumer discretionary is weird, and Target's exposure to that's also something they're trying to fix, and get more in line with like targeting Walmart's customer base. And they're doing an okay job at it. They've gotten a little bit better, but Target relied more on middle to upper income people. And now they're having to kind of change their business model a little bit to cater to the poorer crowd. And But I don't think they've done a bad job at that recently. People are starting to cut back spending over the last couple of quarters, and that's really being reflected in their earnings because of that exposure to like consumer discretionary spending. More customers but at lower revenues. But that's fine, right? Because it's not necessarily lower revenues. Remember a long time ago I told you guys that, you know, when the consumer and small businesses and medium-sized businesses start to tighten their belts, all of these big players are going to have to compete for market share. We're seeing that much earlier in the retail sector, right? We're going to see that in the retail sector long before we see that in tech and tech services, but we are already seeing it there, and it's a really good example of how this is going to play out for other major corporations. And you know, this is one of those periods of time where like smaller companies, mid-sized companies, have an opportunity to kind of dethrone monopolies because a lot of these big corporations and monopolies they're not quick to move, right? They're lethargic and bloated, and they can when they're put on a level playing field with an efficient company that's already aggressively targeting their market share, they lose. First in only of his name. Nice pop on FSLR. Yeah, it's doing good. KSPX drop later or consistent ups into end of day? I mean, we're like right, trading like right across the border of where like Delta flips negative, right? We got a little pop off of the auction there, but the 20 and 25C, 30C, these are all still heavily sold. Right. And then, you know, to the downside, the 15, the 10, and the 5 are sold, right? On the put side. Um and so we're kind of just strangled here, right? But if anything drives a bigger move, one of these is gonna squeeze out. Does that make sense? So there's nothing really bullish here and nothing really bearish. It's just, you know, there's a lot of risk. And so what happened here, right, is we slipped below kind of where that DN has been all day. I guess it's not really DN. It's just where the market maker is negative delta, right? Um and you know, it dumped, right? It started to fall into those puts. They started to squeeze. We dumped really hard. They were able to push that back up, and then, you know, we're just chopping along. So I would say that the upside move is maybe slightly more favored, but barely, right? We're not really very far from that kind of line in the sand. Which makes today insanely boring. Did you buy NVIDIA calls? No. No. I actually don't want to play this earnings. Recently started reading A Field Guide to Monetary Policy Implementation Issues in a New World with CBDC, Stablecoin, and Narrow Banks. Man, my mind is blown. What happened to the Middle East conflicts? They need more to keep oil price up, right? We'll see. I mean, the Iranian president and successor to the supreme leader just died, right? So I'm sure that'll stir up some turmoil soon. Can you recommend a pizza oven under $300? Yeah, get a Weber. Get it piping hot, like 600-700 degrees, and then just put a piece of steel on it. It's like $80 or something. You could using wood in it would be better than coal though. Fuck Aldi. Market waiting for auction at 2 p.m. But there's no auction at 2 p.m. FOMC is at 2 p.m.
Auction was already at 1. No tail, but shitty bid to cover, so it wasn't very bullish. What are your thoughts on end phase? Their exposure to gallium makes them a much bigger risk than FSLR, but they benefit from the same Chinese tariffs. I have a pizza steal. The first pickle play I ghosted. Nice. Wood-fired pizza ovens at Aldi? Interesting. Do what Gherk did and get an electric uni for $900 so you can toast Pop-Tarts in it like a Chad. Hey, listen. I made Gruyere and rosemary ham croissants in it the other day. I also still have the other uni. I've actually never made a pizza in it. I did use it to reheat a slice of pizza one time. You say croissant funny? No, I don't. Did you make the puff pastry yourself? No. I'm not a fucking sadist. French is a ridiculous language. Are they still covering BNED? Yeah? Ooh, there it goes. Can't stop, won't stop. Dude, FSLR is actually ridiculous. What the fuck? This is absurd. It's picked up 7 billion in market cap in like 2 days. This is what trading was like in 2020. Yeah, you just bought calls and they printed. It didn't matter what call you bought either. You could buy a weekly, 2 weeks. You just held it and it just kept printing. Sometimes you'd go underwater and you'd be like, oh shit, and then it would print anyway. Croissant. Why would you ever say croissant? Right? Gross. Not enough phlegm? Quoi? Crescent? Listen, man. Because I'm an American patriot. The French gave us the weapons to beat the British. Way back then. They also gave us great places like Louisiana for very cheap. Freedom rules. The French flag is white, only in the middle. Oh, we lost positive delta again. I hope it doesn't hurt FSLR. How high could BNED go? Who knows? Do you have stops? On what? When you looked at FSLR on the weekend stream and saw how bullish the options chain was, that was from the new program you'll be releasing to us soon? Yes. Actually. But shh. Kevin Code, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Oh, that's rough. God damn. Can you talk a bit on that? Well, it costs more than $25 a month. Probably, but we're still figuring out the data costs because everything kind of changes once it's for redistribution. No, you don't have to be a pigeon whale to get the data thing. It's just that the beta is going to be for pigeon whales. We had to select a specific group and we didn't want to do a lottery. The data beta, yeah. Gherkin broke the market. Why do you keep blaming me for this? Well, all of the pigeon whales get access, even if you sign up now. There will be a cutoff date eventually because we will have to. We do want to have a limited beta. But yes. I am in the cutoff. Yes, you are. Hopefully, you know, we get through the beta with flying colors and everything's good, and you know, our runway to going live is gonna be short. But there is development that we need to do during the beta stage that's gonna take some time. That's fair, C-Mill. Don't worry. I mean, it's going to be open to everybody, right? It's just like there's going to be we have like a process that we have to get through. Not looking for devs right now. Um but that may change later. How can beta testers help? I mean, well, several ways. Finding bugs, things like that. Giving us a feel for, what people want, what we need to change. Um, they can use it, right? Fuck, 32 months. Forgot to cancel again. Most beta move ever. Anyway, thoughts on whether SEDG will rip in sympathy with FSLR? I think most of the solar space is likely to already be running, right? They're starting to turn around. Hmm. Margins are a bit of a problem there. I don't know how far down I want to reach for. Like, I'm already long end phase now, too, right? I don't know how many layers deep I want to go into trying to play the sympathy move. These are some of the ones you guys are bringing up are getting pretty risky. Does losing money with this? It's just data. Whatever you do, make money, lose money. It's just data. Is there a Gherk AI chat assistant with the program? You're talking to him right now. Would you still allow fugitives on it? Yeah, that's not really a concern of ours. Will this communal program allow access to Rims and Tim's ex-girlfriends? No. Can you elaborate a little more on the beta testing? I will, in time. AI. Will the program load with Rick of Spades boofing a banana? No. No, it won't. Do we get a Carl Wife waifu with a subscription? I'm sure we could spin up an NFT. It will have colorblind options. Is there Latino representation in the beta testers? Yes. How many Easter eggs are you all putting in the software? None. No, walk-in will never be employed by us. Did the minutes leak? No, we lost the support on the call side, and we squeezed out some short puts really rapidly. Will it display cat peeners at random? No comment. Will the program be work computer safe? Ideally, yeah. Or will I have to worry about pop-ups about stuff in Dork's behind? That's only in the newsletter. Will me, Dad? Will it offer medical advice? Yes. It'll tell you to ask a doctor. Move the IV slider, Thunder. I never promised you free pigeon whale. Wait, aren't you a millionaire now after you went insanely long upstart at $20? Or was that not upstart? Will the program have a Pickles Picks area? No. I mean, those will still be on the Discord. I don't even know how that would be implemented. How much data do I need on an apple pie in the oven at 180 degrees Celsius? Like 45 minutes? It does not utilize AI. Will the program have a bidet service? We will at some point look to do some sort of cross sponsorship with a bidet company. Will there be any support for plugins or extensions to add different data sources? No. Not as of yet. If that is something that we do, it'll be much further down the road. And there's legal complications with that, so that's probably not something we can do. Will you be gathering data about our plays? No. It's a observational platform. You don't place any orders through it. So you would just be presented with data that you can see. So there would be no information on what you're buying or selling, at least in the client. Will it allow me to leave work early whenever I feel like it to make trades? Do you live in the US? More importantly, do you live in a right to work state? Are you going to stop streaming at that point? No. As a matter of fact, I'm looking forward to using it as part of the stream. Not only so I can like show people what stuff means, but as a way to quickly reference data, which is not something I can currently do. If you need cooling solutions to the server side, let me know. I can hook you up with a free demo. Yeah, just get in touch with with Amazon Cloud Services and let them know, and then they can get that set up. No, not like Irvin Finance. Will there be a glossary? Ideally. Who do I contact about refunds when I lose money trading on the data? You get fucked. Will the data be real time? Maybe. Have you exhausted your free $100,000 in credits for new startups? No. Will the help section include cooking advice and reference map of the Midwest versus not Midwest? Possibly. Not doing our own hardware yet, Tobians. Yet. I'll be your customer support. I don't know if we really need or want that. Any ideas what kind of pricing models you guys would be offering for what kinds of data? Sort of. It's still in its infancy, at least in regards to pricing. We're still figuring that out. But probably delayed and live would be the biggest dividers as far as that goes. I that's not really I'll get into that more later on, but that's not really how I want to design it. I don't want there to be like tiers. You know, there will be levels of service that cater specifically to different types of traders. Not like a tiered system where, you know, the top one's just the best. That's not really what I'm looking to create. So, and I'll get into a lot more of that later on, but will it give me a warning when I'm looking at a really dumb stock? Nope. Will the pigeon whales get it discounted? There will be more information on the beta forthwith. So like a best for scalpers, best for day traders, best for swing traders. Yep. Will you blacklist AMC entirely? Hopefully. Although that decision isn't entirely up to me. We'll have to pass a test to use the complicated parts. No? We'll have a picture of some immensely ruggedly handsome fellow on a screen at all times. Could make that happen. Just for you. The beta will not define forthwith. VNet taking off again. Netflix also looking to break 640. Yep, things are looking good. FSLR failed though, which I don't like. Now it's actually set a little bit of a top, and there's some volume on the sell-off. Let's see if we recover around 50. Will there be a chat function? No. Can we apply for our Series 7 within the platform? Definitely not. What? Dump the market. We fell below where like the positive delta for the day and into the short puts. And so some of them squeezed off. Not all of them, but a little bit of them. We found support at 5305, which is the level I kind of set out earlier for a downside move. FOMC minutes could see us slip further, but we haven't yet. There's support, a lot of it, at 5300. Like a desktop stripper, but with a tiny animated Gherk instead. Exactly. Does anything interesting happen with Beyond? I don't know. I don't know if it's still on Reg Show. I haven't looked. I I don't care. I mean, it did its thing. It ran. I made money. That's all I cared about. I don't have any feelings towards it. What's the goal with the new platform? I assume it started as something specific for your own trading. Now it's a potential extra revenue stream if it's able to go public. Actually, that's not really, well, the revenue stream's a goal, but it's not the main goal. The goal is to use the revenue stream to get better data and more infrastructure with which to present that data, because there's always more data. So yeah, I mean, it's a culmination of a lot of things that we've been working on for years, right? But also, things that we kind of already give out anyway. Um, there's some extra stuff too, but as far as features and stuff goes, we'll outline that later. Would it be? I want to trade just like Gherk tier where everything is unlocked. Yeah, looks like Ivy's increasing on GME. Look at June 21st calls, and the calls above price are all up today 10 to 30%. Could be. It's finding support at 20. Well, there's definitely support. It's mixed though, right? There's a lot of put sellers and a lot of call sellers. I jumped out of FSLR for a cool 1K profit. Nice. Yeah, I don't necessarily like this sell-off. We'll see if it finds support at the next level, but if it doesn't, I'm probably going to take some profits. I've been in for a while, so I'm not too worried about a little bit of a pullback. Also, I have a lot of theta. Are we able to add custom Winamp skins to the interface? No. Although I really do feel like that should be a minimum viable product. Is there data out there that tells if options are bought or sold? Yeah. But I mean, it always has to be interpreted. It just depends on how good your interpretation is. Did you and the team all culminate together for this service? If that means sex, yeah, of course. We should do Pickles Picks once the platform is live. Yep. If the data's great, there's no need to get the revenue stream because you'll make money off the data, ideally. Is the foundation the scanner app you were working on years ago? No, no, not at all. Although that may be something that we do in the future. Are you building an empire? Of course. Can I be a colonel in your finance empire? No. I just like hearing people say Colonel both ways. Nice. Popcorn named his baby that. Is FSLR done for the day? Maybe. I'm waiting to see if it finds support here, or maybe even a slightly higher low. Speaking of data, where do you see ETF, GME ETF shares available to short and the borrow rate? I generally don't look at the shares available to short very often. Um, we calculate the borrow rate for prime borrow rate at least, but you can go to the individual ETF websites to pull that data. Hmm. I do have till June, but I don't want to pull back to VWAP. BNED's doing pretty good. Let me know when you need that wholesaler in the Midwest so you can arbitrage coastal and flyover state salaries. Will do. That was intense. Holy Vic short. Minutes are out. $295 on the downside move. Mm. Yeah, a bit of support at 290. Puts are building up to the downside all the way out to 5260 though. How do we make sure BNED gets to $2? Isn't the first move usually wrong on these? No, not always. All right, let me dig up the minutes real quick so we can get some insight into that. All right. Staff review of the economic situation. The information available at the time of April 30th, May 1st meeting indicated that growth in the U.S. real gross domestic product stepped down in the first quarter 2024 from the robust pace seen over the second half of 2023. Labor market conditions remain strong. Consumer price inflation, as measured by the 12-month change in the price index for personal consumption expenditure, slowed significantly over the past year, but it moved up slightly in recent months and remained above 2%. Labor demand and supply continued to move into better balance. The speed of this realignment appeared to have slowed in recent months. Total non farm payroll employment increased at a faster average monthly pace in the first quarter of 2024 than in the fourth quarter of 2023. The unemployment rate ticked down to 3.8% in March, while the labor force participation rate and the employment to population ratio both moved up 0.2 percentage points. The unemployment rate for African Americans increased, and the rate of Hispanics moved down. Both rates were higher than those for Asians and for whites. The 12-month changes in the Employment Cost Index, ECI, and average hourly earnings for all employees both declined in March relative to a year earlier, but the 3-month change in the ECI stepped up noticeably from the average pace that prevailed over the second half of 2023. Regarding consumer price inflation, total PCE prices increased 2.7% over the 12 months ending in March, while core PCE price inflation, which includes changes in energy prices and many consumer food prices, was 2.8% over the same period. Both inflation measures were considerably lower than their year earlier levels, but had surprised to the upside. Although some measures of short term inflation expectations had moved up, longer term expectations were little changed and stood at levels consistent with those that prevailed before the pandemic. According to the advance estimate, real GDP rose modestly in the first quarter. However, private domestic fiscal purchase, PDFP, which comprises PCE and private fixed investment, which often provides a better signal than GDP of underlying economic momentum, posted an increase that was similar to the solid gains seen over the second half of 2023. Real exports of goods and services grew at a tepid pace overall in the first quarter, with gains in exports of foods, consumer goods, and capital goods being mostly offset by declines in exports of industrial supplies. By contrast, real imports rose at a brisk pace, boosted in part by a large increase in imports of capital goods. All told, net exports made a significant negative contribution to U.S. GDP growth in the first quarter. Foreign GDP growth is estimated to have picked up in the first quarter from its subdued pace in the previous quarter. In Europe, economic activity resumed expanding following modest contractions in several economies amid monetary policy restraint and the repercussions of the 2022 energy shock. Growth stepped up in China, led by strong exports, but property sector indicators remained weak. Elsewhere in emerging Asia, exports rebounded further from last year's lows, lifted by robust global demand for high tech goods. Headline inflation eased modestly, further in the advanced foreign economies in the first quarter, but inched up in emerging market economies, in part because of food price pressure caused by adverse weather in some countries. Most major AFEs, central banks, kept their policy rates unchanged over the intermeeting period, and some reiterated that policy rate cuts could be appropriate at coming meetings. Uh, the economic forecast prepared by the staff for the April-May meeting was similar to the March projection. The economy was expected to maintain its high rate of resource utilization over the next few years, with projected output growth roughly similar to the staff's estimate of growth potential. The unemployment rate was expected to edge down slightly over 2024 as labor market functioning improved further and to remain roughly steady thereafter. Total and core PCE price inflation were both projected to move lower this year relative to last year, though the expected pace of disinflation was slower than in the March projection. As incoming data pointed to more persistence in the inflation in coming months, inflation was expected to decline further beyond this year as demand and supply in product and labor markets continued to move into better balance. By 2026, total and core PCE price inflation were expected to be close to 2%. The staff continued to view the uncertainty around the baseline projection as close to the average over the past 20 years. Risks to the inflation forecast were seen as tilted to the upside, reflecting the possibility that supply side disruptions or unexpectedly persistent inflation dynamics could materialize. The risks around forecasts for economic activity were seen as skewed to the downside on the grounds that more persistent inflation could result in tighter financial conditions than in the staff's baseline projection. In additional deteriorating household financial positions, especially for lower income households, might prove to be a larger drag on activity than the staff anticipated. So all the things I said were right? Thanks. Sounds bullish. Yeah. Fucking poor people ruining it for everyone. So 5310 end to day to buffer Nvidia earnings. Got it. We could end up stabilizing at 5300. Did the Fed just blame the pores? They did. Classic. Amat dead? Ooh, pretty index exposed. Careful with that. But no, far from dead. Still well above the 215 risk. You know, I put the risk on there, right? Like on the chart when I drew it. Also, debt is relative, and that's up to you. Is FSLR happy now? It got sold off a bit. Time for 260? Maybe. Depends if we get reaccumulation or more sell-offs. I did take some profits, though. Sometimes you say buy in at the risk. Well, I mean, that's generally also... Not only is it risk, but it's also the best entry, right? It's both. But it is representative of a resistance, right? That is either it fails and then you abort, or it bounces and then you got to average down. Always risky to average down though. What's the expected move on Snow? It feels like it's gonna rip. Interesting. Their earnings are tonight too, right? It'll probably pale in comparison to whatever Nvidia releases. Actually, Nvidia's earnings might affect Snow's earnings more than Snow's earnings. I wouldn't say that the FOMC minutes were neutral. They're leaning a bit hawkish. I didn't read the entirety of the report, but I've looked through most of the relevant sections here, and it seems like the Fed is really slowly admitting that they were wrong, and inflation isn't totally coming down right now, but they're not saying that yet. They're saying that, but they're not saying that, right? They're kind of just hinting that we don't know what the fuck's gonna happen with inflation, but it's a risk factor. And they're supporting it being a risk factor with the relevant data, which is bad. The data has been bad. Here's some participants in the meeting assessed it would take longer than previously anticipated to gain greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably to 2%. Various participants mentioned willingness to tighten policy further should risks to outlook materialize and make such appropriate action. Dollar and yields are up since the release of the minutes, which tells you how the market feels about what they're saying, right? Many participants, are uncertain. That means the majority are uncertain about the degree of the policy restrictiveness, and that's bad. Because remember the last dot plot, right? And this is why FOMC minutes were so important today, which I noted earlier at the beginning of the week. But the reason it's so important is because the dot plot last time was very evenly divided, right? We were one vote shy of one or less rate cuts, with two or more having the majority, right? And that was our last dot plot. This meeting didn't have a dot plot, but we will get another dot plot in June at the June meeting, right? And this minutes indicates that the majority are now sided on one or less cuts, which means that the market was currently up until the minutes released, pricing in 35 points of cuts this year, was still at 1.25 ish cuts, right? 1 1/3 for 2024. And now the question is, are we going to get one? And this allows Fed Fund futures to now price rate cuts for 2024 below 0.25. And this is pretty bearish. And this will tighten financial conditions as well, right? Will the beta include a definition of stagflation? So stagflation's really not happened in the US a lot, and it hasn't happened globally very often either. It's not a super common occurrence in developed economies, right? And I think the problem is that Keynesian economists and most trained economists are gonna look at the data set and they're gonna go, well, unemployment is up, inflation is up, growth is up. This is acceptable, right? It's not really this isn't stagflationary at all. Even would be, I think, what most economists would say when viewing that data. The problem is they're not looking deep enough into the data. Why is GDP up? Why is unemployment up? Or unemployment down? Why is growth up? And growth or inflation. And inflation and growth are being driven by deficit spending. Employment is being driven by a severely contracted labor pool, right? And with if you remove the government spending, right, GDP and inflation are gonna fall, right? But unemployment is gonna go up because more people will be forced to work because the wealth effect will crunch, right? So right now, people who are enjoying their fixed incomes and early retirements are gonna have to go back to work. But they're not going to have any jobs, right? They're going to need work, but there's not going to be jobs available because growth and inflation are falling, right? And then you're going to start to see those surveys show far more unemployment when more of those people are actually looking for work. GME might be running, probably still sensitive to index vol. Little spike probably won't mean too much. No, I don't think FSLR fell too far. It's just there's some profit taking going on. Is the bubble finally popped? NVIDIA earnings could be the nail in the coffin if they can't keep cooking the books. You're not wrong. Without NVIDIA's growth, the growth in the S&P goes down to like negative, or well, tech growth in tech goes down to like negative 22%. Everyone else, not only did they have declines in EPS and revenue, but everyone else guided down as well. So Nvidia is kind of the last bastion of hope for continued growth in the tech sector. Cat failed, yeah, pretty instantaneously. No, I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't aggressively go long anything right now. Everything from bullish to bearish on the flip of a coin. Remember, this is how the market works. Don't tie yourself to any one position or mindset. What is support on FSLR? 240. FSLR has a lot of tailwinds outside of the more standard financial conditions, right? A lot of the price improvement on it is currently benefiting from kind of the little trade war going on with China, and people betting that trade war is going to get worse, which they're a prime beneficiary of. So it has some protection against a big index move to the downside, but nothing is fully insulated from that. Yeah, I could clip it. You know what? I could. Maybe. It's not letting me clip. You know, I'll go into that more on the Sunday stream with the quants, and maybe I'll try to clip it there because it's not letting me clip anything right now. Maybe if someone can like grab the timestamp for it, I can try to cut it out later. Or throw the timestamp in the comments or something. Say the most volume on BNED, like in the history of the stock. Yeah. 290 test on SPX is pretty interesting. There's a good ramp to the downside on SPX if it keeps squeezing out short puts all the way down to like 260, 250. Which makes me feel like the zero DTs are a bit over leveraged. It might mean a big end of day bounce if we don't fall that far. Is FSLR dead? Not dead, but can definitely pull back a bit. Right, we're getting we're already getting profit taking, post auction, um, but not too much. Right, people are still pretty bullish on this, and you know a pullback to VWAP wouldn't be absurd given the insanity of the run so far. But it is well supported on the call side, and a pullback's probably just going to lead to more leveraging and right, more bulls coming in. Give me 1 second. I gotta take a call. All right. GME initializing launch sequence. It's down 2.5% on the day. It's doing no such thing. Positioning on it's sensitive to volatility, and that's about it. I think it doesn't. I don't think it's gonna drive any kind of bigger move. I have till September for those. I don't need to touch those. Netflix finally broke. Now it's testing the 38 resistance where I wanted to exit. I wonder if it can go down more though. 34 would be very nice. I need to go look at the chain on that. Give me a second. Oh, implied move on snow, someone asked. One today, 3.8%. This week, 8.4. 1 month, 17.2. That's on Cat. It's taking a beating today. It lost the 55 level. It's, as far as I'm concerned, it's dead. For now. Actually, kind of failing this is kind of bearish. How do we still have that open? That's bad. This is bad. Not only did it fail the rising wedge, but it failed the long-term trend as well. That's kind of heads and shouldery. Dead cat. Yeah, there you go. I was waiting until if it broke back above 360, I would have re-entered, but it failed the bounce. Also, cat is super index exposed. Dow and S&P. How about dead SPX? Starting to look like it, yeah. Is Amat risky now with the auction? Yes, but industrial machinery has been doing better, and it already kind of had a big pullback with the low industrial output numbers. So, it could fail. I mean, if it fails 215, I'm gonna get out and wait till later to re-enter. But it hasn't failed 215. It has support there. If VNet closes above $1, should be pretty bullish for it into tomorrow. Yeah, getting a bounce on 238. I don't like that. I think I'm just gonna take profits on Netflix. Oh shit, I have more of those, don't I? Is VIX being suppressed? I mean, yes and no. Already down 62 points on the day. This is the entirety of the market maker's expected move. Is this a decent entry on FSLR with a bit more theta, or wait for 240? I would maybe wait for 240. If it finds support here at 245, fine, which it could. I mean, it's been far more than bullish enough to pull that off. but I would probably wait for 240 unless you're thinking about like a debit spread or something like that that would benefit. Puts on cat? I don't like buying puts on cat. I'd rather just get puts on Dow. Which, you know, today might be a bit chasey, given that it's already down 80 points. Nvidia likely to beat this time? I think they'll probably beat. Yeah. I mean, even if they it's not really about whether they beat or not, right? What's important on Nvidia is if their guidance is still positive, right? If they're still projecting higher, that's what's going to matter. Like a miss, yeah, would probably see a drawdown in their price, and it will affect indexes, but their guidance will be far more important than their revenues or EPS, unless it's like a massive miss. What was your basic thesis with MMAP? Oh, the options chain was getting pretty stacked on the call side, very supportive. Pretty good performance the other day. Their earnings estimates got revised up. So they're expecting like a I think it was like a 4.7% change from last year's projection, and then another 1.7 on this year's guidance. The options chain was supporting a move to about 230. Still is. Just failed the test at 220, but it hasn't pulled back or reversed yet. I wasn't the one whining. 91% of participants said you were whining. Smooth operator. I'm at another play that popped up on your new data platform, similar to FSLR popping up. I mean, didn't pop up, but was researched on. 10 blocks of 5K volume today on GME 20C for June. Cool. Not whining, whinging. What is a glazer? People who are like so enamored that their eyes are glazed, right? They don't see they don't see both sides of things. Don't say such things. Immensely ruggedly handsome Gherkin. Maybe their eyes wouldn't be so glazed if they paid less attention and didn't make thousands of dollars on FSLR, right? I don't want to pay another month for my garbage data subs. Me either. How could I be a glazer when I was initially bearish on FSLR? Oh, the irony. Yet here you are. Is Jimmy looking good into June OPEX, or is there too much liquidity to prevent the run? Jimmy does not currently look very good. And yeah, there's a lot of liquidity. And a lot of really greedy call selling at the $20 strike. That's a glazier. Did the 3,000 sold puts exit or still there? 3,000 sold put? 5,300? Got any more sweet plays for tomorrow that will 10x? Jesus Christ. That Emma position is net credit. Good entry. If it's net credit, it could be a good entry, but if it fails, then it's just entry before an inevitable exit, right? Probably better to confirm a bounce before entering. It should still be a net credit position, even on a small bounce. Like, this is where it's at, right? And support's at 215. So, I mean, I would probably want to confirm a bounce off the minor support here and the 216 range, and then I would maybe add more. Although I was planning on adding more on a breakout of the trend if the trend broke out. Otherwise, I was just going to stay in the position till the test, right? Which would be like out there in June. It's usually not as quick a mover as it's been lately. Generally a more slow, consistent stock, but the sector's been a bit volatile lately. And carve another valley into a national park in the shape of a pickle. Those Jimmy swap expirations are irrelevant. It's just ETF FTDs. All of that information is far more transparent if you just look at the secondary sources of liquidity and GME's options chain. I don't know why people are trying to chase CFTC swaps that have no positional annotations and no no evidence of hedging requirement in the chain, at least that's been proven, right? So it's just a fucking waste of time. It's like, yeah, they're swaps. Everyone's known about them all along. None of that information's new, but all of those swaps are hedged in the underlying ETFs and in GME itself. So you don't need to look at the swaps because they're not transparent. The CFTC doesn't report anything. It's just hyperbolic shit pushed by that fucking moron who doesn't know what he's talking about. I saw that. I saw. Gherk, the tables have turned the wrong direction. What do you mean? The best direction? Is that what you meant to say? It doesn't matter what they do with the swaps. Again, irrelevant. You have no idea. They don't report anything. There's zero information that can be gained from that. Does the reaction to FOMC minutes change your thoughts on SPX price action for the remainder of the week? Where do you think SPX closes end of week? Thanks. The opposite way. Like, we could close. Well, we still have to break 275, but 250 seems like a reasonable downside target. They're not good. Like, the minutes aren't good, but the market will forget that pretty quickly. The last 3 swaps that expired in 2022 that were put into a basket, we got a bump? No. No, they just, all of those expirations just occur relatively around the same period of time. There have been hundreds of swaps on GME that have expired with nothing happening at all. There's counterparty risk. They're fully hedged, right? There's not a lot of back and forth going on there. They're just tying swap expirations to dates where like maybe the price ran, but that's not how it works at all. It's the whole thesis is complete bullshit. It's been bullshit for 2 years. It's not changing now because people are hyped up. Not one of these fuckers has an ISDA. And if you want to ask them questions about their stupid fucking thesis, ask them. They won't be able to answer them, and then I don't have to answer them for them. Death, taxes, and super stank being ill-informed. Yeah. So, we found it, guys. It's the bullet swaps. Morons. This is why I want to have nothing to do with them. What's up, Bipolar Bear? Greaseball is trying to recoup his losses by using YouTube views. Who? Oh, fucking dipshit bull. Do you think any of their theses have any merit? No, because they're written by morons. Okay, maybe not morons. They're written by influencers that are trying to get recognition and make a name for themselves, rather than written by people who actually know what the fuck they're talking about. Swaps, beautifully, the entire swap market is fucking cash settled, right? So any of those swaps that occur, right? All of the transactions are settled in cash, not stock. Okay? Now, if there's counterparty hedging and risk, that's in GME's options chain. That's on GME's ETFs, right? If there's movement that occurs because of those swaps being cash settled, it's already present in the options chains of the primary and secondary market liquidity avenues, right? And so you don't need to fucking look at the swaps. First of all, they don't tell you anything. Second of all, they're not relevant to price movement in the underlying equity or product. No, you can't look at swaps data. There is no swaps data. That's the whole point. The CFTC shut down swaps data reporting because they don't want somebody to fucking take us down economically. It's a national security risk. That's why there's no swaps data. They don't want anybody going, oh, look how fucked the banks are. And then they definitely don't want any foreign nationals fucking the banks harder than they already are fucked. Chances of a 5410 close above 20%. 5410? $53.10? It doesn't look great. We could get a bounce, stronger bounce into end of day because several of the puts bought on the drop have not gone in the money, but I don't think it's going to be a huge one. You sound like Gaff today. What happened? Who touched you? Super Stunt came in here. They tried to touch me. I felt violated, so I'm defending myself. Quick, let's track Ken's Griffin's plane so that we can tell where he hides the swaps. Yeah, the swap thesis is the worst. The reason Here's the reason it's so bad, because you can say all kinds of shit about swaps and never have to prove anything, right? So you don't actually need any real data. You can just be like, oh, look at these swap expirations. This is what's driving everything. I'm so fucking smart. But in reality, there's nothing there. There's zero information present in that data. There's no positional information. All you have is a date and a notional value of the swap, and that's it, right? And all of these fucking fucksticks are gonna go out and try to like drum up viewership and interaction on social media using obfuscated data, which pisses me off so fucking much. And all the morons that are like, oh, well, they're not a shill, they love me, are gonna just follow suit and hold their fucking shares through another 700% gain like morons. And that's what happens every fucking time. These people with influence only care about their influence. They don't care about telling people the truth, which is that they know fucking nothing. Which anybody who's taken economics fucking 101 can read everything Peruvian Bull has written and realize he's completely full of shit. He's an insane conspiracy theorist that doesn't even understand the mechanics of the things he's writing about. And if the SEC goes after people, that's the people they should go after, not DFE for a fucking tweet. I'm not malicious, I'm honest. You don't like it might make you feel bad about your decisions, but I just tell people what the data says. Sometimes that's not bullish, and a lot of times that means no MOASS, but I should have sold GME at 60. What do you fucking think? Here, answer me this. Would you rather have $60 a share in your pocket, banked, or continue to hold it for the hope that someday it might be more than that? Stupid. You could have bought more at the bottom. If you sold at 60, you could have 3 times more shares right now. Nice, Travis. Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. You could have sold at 60, kept $40 a share, and bought all your shares back. What I can't stand about a lot of the swaps people is I think Archegos was short GME when Credit Suisse said there were a report that Archegos had primarily long portfolio. Not to mention, all of that debt and all of that risk has been tied up and neatly packaged and fucking sold off to other banks that are backed by central banks and ensuring that none of that risk is ever exposed. We're 3 years out in a market where shit happens by the microsecond. Like, who the fuck do these people think they're dealing with? One hedgie gets caught with his fucking pants down, right? And they think somehow they've broken the fucking system by buying a stock. Stop it, Gherkin. You're making GoEV go down. I'm sorry. I got banned from RSS for saying I sold my shares. Puts are not priced to capture downside moves on GME. I'm sorry to hear that, Dave. It's probably the best thing that will ever happen to you. If only the banning meant that you didn't have to see their fucking posts at the top of RAL. Why don't they try to contain the swaps market risk? They are, instead of just saying no one gets swaps data, because they don't want anybody to attack the positioning. They don't want China coming in and blowing up all our fucking banks. Because their banks are fucked. Right? It's just as much war as shooting missiles. Maybe even more important. Charm is for the bulls here? No, not at all. Charm is negative. That doesn't mean that bears didn't get over exuberant. Which is a lot of what this bounce already is. The number one post is how the price shot up to 80, shows shorts never closed. No, the price went up to 80 for specific mechanical reasons that are easily explained and proven with data. There's nothing to do with the shorts. The shorts are long gone. There's vol shorts, but that's not what they're talking about, right? And short vol just lights a fire, lets retail pump IV, and then they sell the IV back to them. Do swaps not get the... Do people not get that swaps are mainly used as insurance by the banks to protect them to deposit both dollar risks and interest rate moves? Huge market, but designed not to move the underlying. Yeah. No, they don't get that. They don't know. Have you read these fucking any of this shit about swaps or watched their stupid videos? Oh, no one's paying me. I'll bash these people for free. I'm too busy glazing you. Gherk's been bashing Superstock for the beginning. Yeah. Gun it, Digital Good Time. Could SPX drop into end of... You should buy his book. Could the program have an insult of the day aimed at Superstock area? I don't know, because I don't want to deal with this shit. It just aggravates me. My only regret is that we can only get him banned once. That's called maturity risk, AJ. I wouldn't want to be a part of their parties. No one makes any money. It's boring. Does it feel like you're trying to tell a special ed class that the smartest kid in the class is dumb? Yes. It's, yeah, it kind of does. There's that person again with no username. Remember when you tried to be gracious with SS? I do, and I hated it. I wasn't even very good at it. That's why they banned me. Swaps, do you do like Papa Murphy's? Worse. At least with Papa Murphy's, you leave with a physical product. If swaps are cash settled and they're currently hidden, does that just turn swap risk into maturity risk? I just fucking said that. Hello, Gurk. Last week I was finally green after 3 years, but I feel like you didn't want me to sell. What? What the fuck do I have to do with it? Can we close green on SPX? Seems kind of unlikely. FSLR, maybe. That's definitely a troll comment. Yeah, I know. This in the money GME call churn is insane. Yeah, that's a lot of options volume. That's good, right? That's what we want. We want options volume to come back. We want disagreements between each side of short vol as they strangle the price at $20. That's what leads to future moves and failures. I type swap into the ticker search, but I can't find it. How do I buy any leveraged ETF? Why are you saying 3.5 million? Here's a question. Why do people do this with GME? Why are you announcing the larger notional figure, which 3.5 million is fucking nothing in terms of the market, instead of just saying the number of contracts? There you go. 5,000 contracts. I am happy. Yeah, why does yeah, I just don't understand why there needs to be dramatic effect tied to every fucking statement about it. The funniest thing to me is that SS actually believes that not a single private person ever sold GME. Half the people in here, if not more. It's called Riz. I tried to stay up all night trading futures, and I just passed out until 3 p.m. I used to be able to do this. Does this mean I'm old now? It does. It does. Same here, man. I feel you. I'm like 90 or something. I don't actually know how old I am. 36? Sure, that works. Closer to 40? I fucking knew it. You're 90. Favorite SS idiocy? Someone incredulous that BNED was offering 17 subscriptions per person, then more mad learning it was per share. There's no way you could use that many coupons on books. I wasn't 36 when the stream started. Dear God, man. Peanut 99 cents. Maybe it will try again. As long as it closes above $1. Does NVIDIA have the cash on hand to do a buyback like Meta? They're not super cash rich, and they already announced one buyback. They might be a little overloaded on them. They could, though, potentially. If their earnings are bad enough, they probably will. But it won't be, I don't think it's going to be, it's not going to be like an Apple-sized buyback or anything like that. You don't know what DFV bought on this last run. No one knows anything about his positioning. He didn't post it, right? We don't know what DFV sold on this last run. That too. And DFV had far more calls than shares initially, right? A Risley pair? I don't, sure. Did you talk about the HBM news already? We talked about it a little bit earlier. They're doing a little share offering. That's fine, as long as the money's put towards something useful, right? Taking advantage of the big spike in copper to make some money. I mean, I couldn't think of a better time for. Imagine a company, hear me out, Blue Nano, that issues their share offerings at the top of a run versus a company that issues their shares at the bottom of a run after the prices collapsed. Ban. This sounds far-fetched. I know, right? You know, I always thought when DFV would re-enter, he would just buy his original April 12 that he cashed out on the first time. How ironic would that be? I mean, he might have, but maybe just like for May or June. I'm pretty stubborn about not letting SPX drop into the end of day. They're pushing back against it, but I mean, they don't have a lot of leverage here. Again, those calls are sold, dude. I know you're looking at them on the gamma thing, like, holy fuck, we're gonna rip like crazy. But those calls are like most of the short vol is on the sold call side. Minutes were pretty hawkish. We might get some capitulation into close. A decent level for us to settle at would be like 5,300. If we get a lot of put capitulation over the next 50 minutes, we could maybe close a bit higher. But 5,300 seems perfectly reasonable. Puts her calls into close. I don't know. This doesn't look bullish. I mean, charm is very negative here. Delta doesn't turn positive unless we break like 5306. So, like, fucking. The MM isn't helping a move to the upside right now. Delta's still falling off a little bit here. It's not quite at the low for the day, but it's doesn't look particularly bullish either. I would say the biggest risk is out of the money 0 DTE puts. That's the biggest risk to drive this back to the upside, but if they're just rolling those puts over into like tomorrow or the next day, then that's super bearish, right? Because they'll get rid of that charm risk really quick. Any hope left for EPAM calls? I don't see why not. I think EPAM's just underpriced. And it's also not super index exposed. EPAM's only down like 50 cents today. It's like barely moved. Even with the drop in the indexes. You'll notice that a bunch of the shit I've been long on lately isn't heavily index exposed. Like FSLR, Enphase, BNet. I've been avoiding positions that have a lot of index exposure. That's why I cut Cat last week. Well, no, the huge amount of volume on BNet should indicate that it won't end up on Reg Show, right? Because everything's liquid and being cleared. If it does end up on Reg Show, that would be really bad for the shorts, right? With all of that volume. EPAM's like a 45 DTE play, at least, and I may roll it out even further. We forgot Power Hour again. Yeah, it's a strong word. I keep seeing posts about someone loading up. Why would they be buying fucking in the money calls if they were loading up? I mean, behaviorally, you can tell because every time IV spikes on that position, they sell a bunch of them. So whenever the out the money vol goes up, they sell a bunch and vol crushes. That's one way of looking at it. Total volatility on Jimmy is continuing to decline. I had 10x 250C 910 on FSLR after watching the weekend stream and forgot to load it. Fuck my life. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That was an insane play. Still probably really good. I'm still long FSLR. I only took like 30% profits, or well, 30% of the position off the table. All of my FSLR calls were September. I closed all my weeklies that I opened today. I had like 240 and 250 weeklies that I closed. But yeah, all my September stuff I closed. Let's see, 15 of the September 220s, and I closed 20 of the 200s. And then I still have 25 200s and 35 220s. And then I picked up some debit spreads, 50 to 50 60 for Friday. Still a bit overpriced on those. Does a dollar really matter on BNAD? Yeah. There's not any options expiring or anything. No, they're not expiring, and the pressure would remain even if it closed below a dollar. But closing above a dollar means that the market maker has a lot more risk to hedge in after hours. And you don't want a big move down in after hours. It takes advantage of the illiquidity. So closing above a dollar means that the market maker will be supportive in after hours, which helps a lot. It could also mean that on an after hours move, they have an implied volatility risk that they need to hedge off in the morning. Or further hedge off in after hours, which can cause like what we saw last night on BNED, right? Where you get a massive move to the upside as they reprice options and hedge those positions. Could we see end of day price action on Jimmy tied to OPEC settlement for today? I mean, we haven't seen anything yet, and we're like well past like well T+2, and then also pretty far past the like when the dark pools generally print, right? So any like covering that would have been done today has probably already been seen. Like anything that extended out to that like the very end of T+2, we would probably be past that at this point. I'm sure we had some like volatile spikes today during like dark pool dumps, but I'm sure it wasn't anything crazy. Hold on. Yeah, it looks like it's been pretty choppy all day, right? Like wide chop. This is just like a lot of this just looks like a lot of settlement. Some volume here towards end of day, but I mean it doesn't matter unless we get above 25. ETFs are T6. Well, T5 technically. But that wouldn't be today, right? And we're pretty well past the T5 from the bigger parts of the run. Like Monday had some. Monday was T6 from the peak. Although we've only gone down since, so there you wouldn't expect there to be like a net positive deficit, right? 120 is a big resistance. I mean, I don't really think that we've got any kind of bounce going here, but it's definitely supportive. Like there are buyers here on Fubo, and whether they're shorters taking profit or people going long, right? I mean, there's got to be both sides to the trade. I mean, I said before, this looks like we're getting a decent amount of accumulation. Fubo's been beating their earnings. There's no reason for the market to not consider repricing them at some point. I think a lot of that'll depend on their lawsuit now instead of just their business strategy and performance. But you know, whatever. At least they have a good case. Does the market maker wait till towards the end of the day to start hedging the underlying? Sometimes, yeah. I mean, if not if they need to hedge it intraday, but there can be more hedging activity at the end of the day. After, you know, there's also other things like margin settlement and stuff like that. What are FOMC minutes exactly? Like a summary of meetings that went into the most recent previous FOMC meeting. Why does the sentiment seem so different from what is actually said at the FOMC? They're the statements from their just like through their decision making process and the summary of their conclusions. It adds a lot of information to what is discussed by the individual Fed presidents and at the presser, right? It adds the information they're looking at, what they're considering, their projections. So it's got a lot. It's a lot more information dense than the like the 30-minute speech JPOW gives. And JPOW, when JPOW gets on stage, remember JPOW is expressing his opinion, right? Now he is the president, he has some influence, but he is not all of the participants there. When they go to vote, they're all on monetary policy, they're all equals. Right. And even if JPOW is like the bottom point on the dot plot calling for 6 rate cuts, if the rest of the board disagrees with him, then his feelings about the current economic situation are irrelevant. So he has sway, but he's not like a dictator. I'm a little worried about my bull puts on Apple here. Maybe I should close them before the end of the day. I really want to hold them into expiry. No, he's making federal financial law. Why are BNet calls for June and July basically the same price? Because they're basically in the money. The market maker is not repricing them because they don't want to hedge the extra delta. Probably because the shares don't exist. Does Apple look like it still has potential for 200 in the near term with this market drop? So the options chain on Apple is still pretty stacked from where we were. But support at 90 will be very important for a continuation of its upside move. I mean, I can kind of the options chain is loaded, right? So it's very bullish, but Apple's also very index exposed. And if it doesn't maintain this uptrend, if it starts to fail, I'll probably well, I mean, I have short puts down here. I still have some calls on Apple. I took a lot of profit already, but um I mean, it could still keep going. Yeah, it's it's gonna, but it'll be dependent on indexes. So if indexes fall into the back half of the week and we get a lot of weakness, Apple will too. Interesting, McConnor Berry. Any thoughts on NVIDIA earnings today? Yeah, their guidance matters a lot. Will you stay for NVIDIA? I can't. I actually have to be somewhere at 4 o'clock today, but I'll be back on the Discord later, probably. No, don't leave us behind. Shouldn't these be down more? Yeah, they should be. But BNet's squeezing, and so their puts are overpriced. Am I gonna regret closing out the BNet calls? Like I said, if it closes above $1, it can keep going, and it's very close to that. Do you have to be at a chip fab in Taiwan with inflammatory signs and propaganda? No, no, I don't. Does FSLR close above 250? Increase NEMI? That'd be cool. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Still like Humana, but I don't like the lags here. Starting to break up a little bit more today. Maybe it'll be fine. EPAM looks okay. EXR bounced a bit. But now rates are fucking moving up again. Maybe I should cut Express. Or Extra Space. 30 years still down. Of course, when Big Daddy J speaks, the board listens. He's got a horse cock and the voice of gold. He's tremendous. Can you tell my husband to stop buying lotto tickets at the end of the day? I'm gonna get an ulcer. Listen, he's doing great, okay? He's doing a really good job. He's finally making money doing this after 2 years of blowing it up. You should support him in his still slight remaining gambling addiction. Bert's too. It's only a little gambling addiction still left, right? And that's what drives the fun. Otherwise, this job gets very boring. Just monitor his risk thresholds. Doesn't BNet have to survive after hours above $1 as well? That's why you want to close it. You want it to close above $1 because then the market maker is supporting the after hours pricing. Monitor his risk orifices. No, the reverse split is supposed to be part of the things that are being voted on. So it's the whole package of measures is expected to pass. I was not the only one that asked. So what are they doing right now? What? Who? I need more geopolitical conflict to help my Zom position go higher. I want Zom to drop so I can buy back my covered calls. No, it's so you sell. Beyond put the spice back in above 850. What? It should be shares first, then reverse split. Right? They're gonna issue the shares, then collapse the float size. We're getting the end of day pumps. Oh, nice. Dealer is pretty neutral here at 5306. Yeah, FOMC's over, Dad. Yeah, all the calls are still sold. Might have a couple dollars more room here. That should push the charm down, but it's still negative. There's still a really good chance that we just end up at 5,300. A little bit of gamma at 5310. Not if this rejects, though. Why can't Bina just hit like $2? Just like that would be super tight. You mean just do what it did last night again? T2 action on FSLR? Probably not relevant. I think there's far more delta exposure there than gamma. So I would say that most things have already been hedged. Right? Like the delta's been bought already. There's fucking massive fuck ton of long dated calls went in the money today. Do you have risk on the Apple position? I do. I believe it's defined. Oh, it's not. My risk is like 190. A failure of 190. Here. Screenshot that. That's what I'm gonna stick to as far as like my short calls and everything go, or short puts and my calls go. I've also taken some profits on Apple already. No problem. Does market cap mean anything? Yeah. It's the value of the company divided by the number of well, it's the price of the stock in aggregate without the division of the shares. How big is the fucking BNAD sell wall at $1? Probably pretty big. We could look. There's actually a lot of buy orders at 102. There's a big sell wall at 110. like 9,000. 122, there's 32,000 shares. All of this can get blown up on like a wick, though. This isn't. None of it's very big, right? Not given the volumes that are being traded. And this fucking candle's already got 1 million volume. Fucking insane. There she goes. Yeah. It took almost all fucking day for it to. Wow. Yeah. I wonder what we need to get over here in order to start hedging the $1.50 calls. It's difficult. There's no neutrals really on shit like this because there's only like 2 strikes, right? Did you sell all your BNED shares? Yep. Abso-fucking-lutely. One more halt? I feel like it already should have. Oh no, we're too close to the. We're probably too close to the end of the day. Because I think this already should have halted. Right? 98 to. Yeah, it was 16%. I think it's going to drop due to the share offering poison pill. There's no situation it would be worth more. I mean, it could, but that's still that's still several days out, right? So here's what I think happened on BNED, or well, at least my thesis of this situation. They announced the share offering. Everybody and their mother piled in short because they were like, "This is at 70 cents. I'm gonna make a ton of money buying it back at 5." Then the share offering got oversubscribed and someone came in and bought 10% of the company. Well, 9.9% of the company. Which means now all of those shorts that came in are going to have to figure out how to get out. Otherwise, they're going to owe somebody 17 shares or more for every share they shorted. So, like, all the cool things that Supersonic wish Ryan Cohen had done. Yeah, I'm not sure if you get the subscription rights if you sell the shares. Also, no, I don't want any of that. I'll just wait till after the offering and then try to buy it at a discount. Isn't that seem like a legitimate short squeeze? Yes. That's why I keep saying it's squeezing. Because it's legitimately squeezing. I'm not using that word as like an analogy of some other market mechanic. It's up 573%. And it hit like 720% earlier today. Where do you FSLR after 250? Do you think it would pop up if good NVIDIA earnings? I don't think it cares about NVIDIA earnings, or at least it shouldn't. It's not in the same sector or have the same kind of exposure at all, right? Like, fucking FSLR has literally nothing to do with NVIDIA. But I mean, the chain looks very good to the upside. I think this minor pullback will probably lead to more people going long over the next few days, right? After such a big move. A lot of people are going to want a piece of the action. And then if it breaks like 260 into 270, there's a pretty good ramp of interest open up to 300. BNED might be done squeezing soon. Does it look like it is? Still up 100% today. Point to where it is on the VW chart. That gets the likes. Back down to 20 cents. But maybe. I mean, they would have to short it back down, which I don't think that's something they want to do. They want out of the shorts, not into new ones. And there'll be people that want shorts at these levels, but it's insanely risky with the distribution on the table still. Yeah, I mean, why can't it keep going? 2, 3, 4, 5. Six isn't open yet, but theoretically, that could happen. If the whole chain went in the money. I would say as of right now, it is still like kind of squeezing, right? Like it hasn't stopped. It hasn't reverted. There's still a lot of covering going on. Volume is increasing, right? Volume on the day is significantly higher than yesterday, which had an insane amount of volume. Stop? That's a bit disingenuous and presumptuous. What is? I mean, they're theoretically here, unless you are fully apprised of all of the short positioning. There is no upside limit to price, right? Are shorts being squeezed? Yes. How far will that take price? No one knows. SPX is being kind of cantankerous. No, it just failed to break back into positive delta, right? So we're just getting dragged back down by the short puts. Bull flag on BNAD? Period of consolidation. Any incentive to FSLR closing over 250 today? No, I don't think that matters that much. Chance FSLR gives it all back tomorrow. And most of the options on the chain, which very few have closed, are longer dated, like June, July, September. So, I mean, very supportive, at least from a delta perspective. Saying you could hit those numbers, jump the options chain is a bit much. I mean, it's up 700% already, and it's showing no signs of slowing. I don't think that's presumptuous at all. I think it's just a fact, right? Is BNet in any ETFs? Very few. It has extremely limited ETF exposure. I mean, it was very far off $1 yesterday. Right? I don't care what you're trying to quell. That's the facts of the matter. If you have a check sheet for short squeeze, it's are shorts being squeezed? Yes. Is volume still increasing? Yes. Have we found a top? No. How high can it go? Question mark. We know where the chain goes, right? The chain goes up to $5. It can go beyond the chain. Because the market maker can hedge delta to at least the top of the chain, right? And then once you're there, you're beyond the chain. Are they going to open more of the chain after today and give short vol an outlet? Maybe, but are there enough shares to cover the short position? Possibly not. It's only got a 38 million share float. There's a distinct possibility that a large chunk of that 38 million shares was sold short, right? Either on the actual underlying or synthetically. You figure, each of those shorts is now indebted to, for 17 to 20 shares per share sold short. Until maybe buy 200 shares of BNet and kill the run. I mean, I told you 2 days ago it was squeezing. You could have been in at a much cheaper price. What did BMG say? You fucking bitch. Don't do stupid shit. Why do you need your full port of exposure? I had a small position in BNet initially, and then I grew it because, I sold calls and I was like, oh, I have all this free money, I'll buy back in again. So I bought more. Then I sold calls again and I doubled down at the bottom. But it's like, and that position grew alongside the increases in my holdings of BNet, right? You don't have to fucking, but like the amount of money I initially put in was not my full port. You don't do that. That's fucking stupid. That's how you blow up your port. If it's got the potential to return another 1,000%, you don't need to stick all your money in it. It's obviously extremely high risk, high reward, right? Remember that old Reddit one? What was it? Don't invest more than you're willing to lose. Come on, man. You're better than that mindset. Knock it off. If you put, say you had $100,000 port, right? And you're like, I can lose 10% of this bitch. And you put 10 grand in, and it went up 1,000%, you just doubled your port. That's fucking amazing. You don't need to put the whole 100 grand in and lose it, right? That'd be stupid. And if you lose the 10 grand, you still got 90. You can make it back, right? It's not a it's like not gonna it's not hurting you at that point. So what you're saying is we need an update from IHOR and S3. It's called the Martingale system, and it's classy. I mean, that's not really Martin. All right, it's not though. Are you talking about what I did on it, where I kept doubling down with all my winnings? That is. Are you doing BNED on Dilly? What? No. You know, it's more intriguing. Tupperware over $2. Am I too late on top two? I don't know, probably. But there's so many shorts. Why is reported SI so low? I mean, reported SI is just shorts borrowed on through visible channels, right? Through the reported channels. But shorts, I mean, shorts can still far exceed the reported short interest. You can short synthetically through secondary market pools of liquidity, right? And those are those can be very much unreported. There are other instruments with which to short the underlying, even on BNED. I love how the whole deal on BNED is we're never going to talk about it because it was dumb and risky. And we spent a week talking about it. Yeah, me and Dork never should have told anyone. It would have been way cooler. Am I too early on Fubo? It's generally a little harder for NASDAQ stocks to get on Rigshow anyway because of the automated DMM. Any thoughts on about GoEV down to 256? Yeah, if it goes below 250, I want to sell some CSPs. Best way to sell IV is selling calls. Depends on if you think it's going to go up or down. They're roughly equivalent. Selling calls or selling puts. I think the talk about June 21st $20 strike on GME wasn't misplaced. Over 77,000 volume today, and it's growing quickly. 3,400 OI so far. 34,000 OI. Okay. I didn't think it was misplaced. I mean, that's not what the contention was about. That was about swaps. So they'll exercise them, get a bunch of shares, and short the stock. I still think most of them are sold. They're just trying to crush IV, and when they go out of the money and they pull them back, then sure, GME can run. But is the DMM for NYSE some guy at a desk? Basically, it's just like Kenny Goldman, and Virtue. Dumping FSLR to keep it off 250. No, I mean probably just people taking profit into close on weeklies. I'm really struggling to get a rev fill. Ryan managed to turn 500 into 7K today on some quick FSLR weeklies. He's the one selling the 50. Thank you so much, Ryan. Congratulations, dude. That's fucking awesome. Well done. No, it's not a penny stock channel. But occasionally, I mean, there are stocks that are cheap that have the potential for outsized returns. I mean, generally, I avoid penny stocks like the plague. There's a lot of people that try to play regulatory arbitrage and stuff on those, but I know very few that actually make money doing that. I've met some people that make a ton of money on penny stocks, but you've really got to be an expert, and you've got to put a lot of legwork into doing your research, because so many of those companies are just fraud, right? Which requires a pretty significant amount of resources. Do you have any Fubo positions? Yeah. I have like 20 something thousand shares. I have some cent longs at $1.50. Fubo's been best for just harvesting theta for the last year. There's some money to be made off the occasional run, but selling calls on Fubo's been awesome. Especially if you're a little greedy, maybe didn't care. Because there's been some in the money call positions that I've sold that have been fantastic. And usually decent enough liquidity to support it. I mean, sometimes the spreads can get a bit blown out, but it's not too bad. Snow CEO stepped down. Who was that guy who told me to blindly buy a snow call earlier? Don't worry, I remember you. Nice, AMs. Careful. I mean, it's up a lot, right? Remember, no matter how much you're winning, scale out. Always take some profits off the table and put them away for another day, right? Yeah, I'm still in Fubo. I'm devastated to hear the news about Red Lobster. It's a scandal. It doesn't have a Michelin star. CCs, CSPs, when the opportunity presents itself. I've done a lot of buy rights on Fubo. Most of the majority of the money I've made on it has been synthetic longs, though. Those have paid really well. Generally, because the put skew is so bad, you can leverage the sold put into multiple out of the money sold calls, so like a 1-to-2 or 1-to-3 ratio. But I've done well on CCs. I think Atomic has too. He sells a lot of Fubo covered calls. It's dangerous though. I mean, there is a risk of them not being able to compete in the market that they're striving to compete in. They've done really well, and they're really doing a good job of meeting their goals, which is what I wanted out of them long term. But they haven't gotten there quite yet, right? So, ding ding. Well, that was an interesting day. What the fuck was that? Was that the last? Ridiculous. All right, so we closed with Delta flat. I guess the market maker got to fuck everyone right there at the very end. Well done, Kenny. Well done. NVIDIA. I don't think they've reported anything yet. Jesus Christ, we're like 20 seconds into market close. Maybe by the time I'm done talking through all these. All right, so GME, we got a little bit of the turnaround in the tips here on the shorter time frames. If we go down to like the 1 hour, they're already starting to collapse. Things are getting pretty tight here. This could, be an opportunity for it to bounce, right? A little relief in the liquidity, and then another bigger leg down. Go out to the 1 hour. Yeah, 30-minute crossover. A little bit, but it's crossing back. So, yeah, I mean, if it's going to get it, You know, nothing really changes here from what I said last night. If we're above 20 and we stay above 20, there's still some risk that IV can spark and it can run, right? But it needs to get above 25 in order to pressure any of those positions at all. And so far, it's been unable to do that. It's even struggling now with getting above like 2250, right? So, and that compression that you're seeing there is probably only going to get worse. Um, and now, you know, if you're looking at a run, the chances are it would top out closer to Gamma Max, a more standard kind of blow off after the bigger run, right? And the chances of it exceeding Gamma Max greatly and getting into like that Vega squeeze territory are significantly diminished, especially over time. The longer that takes to be realized, the less Vega risk there will be because Vega is constantly decaying on those positions, right? So I mean, yeah, not a very different setup here. Again, if it loses 20, it can then fall further to the downside. That's actually where I'd be more interested in going long. If I were to go long, would be if it fell into the other range of supportive options down around like 15, 16, which it hasn't done yet. Upstart, another shitty day, still kind of bleeding off after its big run. Also, broke down through the 25 level, which was significant. We're going to start to see short calls come in there. Tips are converging. We're probably going to move into a relative period of shorting on that, especially with the index weakness. Nvidia may offer something up on that front with pressure on bots, but probably not. Top closed above $2 today, which is something we were looking for it to do last night. Tips are starting to turn around here, right? And that could mean that there's like another impulse of liquidity over these like 5-day rolling periods where we keep seeing it kind of squeezing up a little bit more and more. This has to do with its ETF liquidity being very thin. And so this does look kind of attractive, and it may get another run to a newer high as more and more pressure continues to build. Actually, BNED moving up a little bit. It's got a little support here. It's not impervious to another run, but you know, getting back above $8 is going to be pretty hard for it. I probably am just not interested in playing it right now. If we see the tips converge a bit more, or it gets above the sold calls at 750, then I might consider something for like a secondary blow off, which does happen, right? Like it can get like a little bit of a pop from the lows, right? A few times before it finally settles back down and comes off reg show. But you know, we'll see. Go EV kind of just still flat at 260. Not a lot's changing on this. Nothing of note at least. It's getting slightly more illiquid every day, but nothing big. Not enough volume really. BNED closed at 113, which is very good. Obviously, closing with those in the money means that the MM is going to be moderately supportive into the overnight session, and we may see another run up because people have not really slowed with their call buying. I think more than a lot more than the available shares in the float are tied up in the options chain right now, and going short this right now is very disadvantageous due to the offering coming up. So it could get moving. Nvidia, barely, not really moving. I guess they haven't announced anything yet. I'm not seeing your screen. Oh shit! Can you say all of that again? No, I'm not really interested. So Snow fired their CEO and they're up. Interesting. I thought you actually farted there. No, it's just my lips. Someone must not have liked the guy. Seriously, that's not a good look for your next job. Um, SPX tested the long-term trend on today's drop. Got a small bounce off of it, but low volume and not a lot of range. This could be a first signal of a bearish breakdown. We still want to see that 264 level lost before we can confirm a reversal of the larger run, right from our lows. But this could be indicative of a top, right? We formed a triple top, and we failed. ES is up, however, a little bit in after hours, and NVIDIA earnings, I'm sure, will have an outsized impact on whether we actually fail here or not. Remember, NVIDIA saved us from failing back in February, as did Meta, and both of those earnings turned single-handedly turned the S&P around. So NVIDIA still has the potential to do that, and may. But if NVIDIA misses or guides down, we're probably going to get a continuation of this drop. Commodities down, second day in a row. A little bit of a gap down today, filling back in the prior gap from a couple days ago, where we had the hot commodities run almost entirely. Still another big downside gap here, but it looks like this found support. So we may push up from here into that test at 108.77 and continue seeing commodities move up after this like pop and a little bit of sell off that we've seen today. Gold, silver, copper, all down pretty hard today. Yields stayed pretty steady throughout the day. They had a small spike kind of around the FOMC minutes, came back down a little bit, and we got the 10-year rising a little into close. That's still pretty far off from that 4.5 or higher range where we start to look for financial conditions to tighten a bit more. But not that far off. 10-year ending the day at 4.426. Correlation, both on the 3-month and the 1-month, turned around a little today. A little breakdown in dispersion. I think we saw that. I mean, not only in the index, but we saw a little bit of that in some of the underlying, as tech kind of underperformed its recent averages. Japanese JPY USD carry trade leveraging up over the course of the day with a small dip in the middle of the day, but we are seeing more pressure on that leverage. That means margin requirements may be getting a little tighter. We're also seeing a slow turnaround in the forward yields on vol, and we're definitely seeing the inversion steepen, right? So those are kind of starting to pull towards each other. A little bit more momentum on them would probably be a lot more bearish, but we're not there yet. So, but slowly, right? These are the early warning signs of a possible continued correction off of our prior one. Not a lot of changes in bond vol. Tail risk skew continues to pull back with a more outsized move yesterday, and that may have had something to do with that big breakout we got above 320 towards the end of the day. But needless to say that we are seeing some tail risk pullback. Now, if you remember the components, you can look them up on CBOE and the calculation for this. This can actually pull back as people are selling calls, which may not be indicative that they do not have a tail risk hedge, simply that they're selling vol on the opposite side of the spectrum, right? And so skew can actually spike before bearish things happen. And the likelihood of those things being bearish then goes up with the probability of, an outsized 2 or 3 sigma move increases as skew moves higher. But it's not always it doesn't always necessarily mean people aren't actually hedged against risk. It could just mean that, more calls are being sold, but vol's still being crushed. right? Because volatility crushes on both sides of that spread. S&P 500 20-day moving average, 70.71% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average. A little bit of a pullback over the last couple of days. So showing a broader failure across the total S&P basket. And volatility just a little bit more positively correlated today at 37.23. I think the change there is like 0.xx, not a very big change, but a change nonetheless. And slightly more positive correlation there might be an early indicator of more demand for volatility on the long side. And we dropped back down after we got that pump on the Fed speakers, the end of day Fed speaker yesterday, to 0.315 rate cuts following the Fed minutes. The FOMC meeting will have, and the dot plot going forward will probably have the most impact on this over the next few weeks. But we are pricing in a little bit less than 1 1/3 rate cuts right now. That's about it. So thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate it. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow, and I will have Pickles Picks out tonight. Have a good night, everybody, and congratulations on FSLR and BNED and whatever else you guys killed it on. Well done. I'm really happy to hear so many people making money. That's cool stuff. Later, guys.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies